Thank you, Ken, for telling me that I'm muted, because, you know, I muted it before I started, so hopefully I'm less muted now. The quick version is, greetings all, welcome to another edition of the continuing saga of building the Mark IV kit. I wish I had more time to do this in one long run, but I just don't always have that kind of time. I hope I'm not muted now and you can hear the beautiful music. And I said earlier, when I was muted, good morning, George. Thanks for stopping in again. Good to see you. And Dr. Stewart, yeah, I didn't get to Michael's show last night, but because I was here doing this. Yeah, Jolin's been good. She's been in almost every show, I think, checking in. Adding support. And then Ken told me that I was muted, and I hope I'm not still muted now. Somebody can let me know, because I can't hear it, so. Not that me talking is really, you know, important. Alright. Thanks, Ken. Music still should be playing. I hope. It's supposed to be there for noise to cover me or make up for when I don't talk. Today we're going to be working on the Y carriage and heat bed assembly. This step well, it's getting there. I wish it would have got there faster, but you know, sometimes life happens. It's come together all right. It's probably the most time I've ever spent doing cable management and neatening the cable bundles. Usually one of the things I focus on. So there's the board with all the magnets in the back. Thermistor for the bed there. It's like your normal, pretty much the same as the last ones for the Mark IIIs. Yeah, this isn't really a race. I'd like to get it running so I can play with it, but so I'm working on it now, this time of day, even though it's a NASCAR weekend. So alright, so we're going to need that chunk. And another bag of cables, probably. Parts, not. That's a good sign. Box is almost empty, so that's good. guide bits, some filament to test with. Alright. I wonder if Vince has got his done today. He was a little bit ahead of me still last night on his build. So I don't know how long he stayed up to work on his, but I had called it a night. Red wire and a black wire. Yep, got them. We don't need that yet, so we'll put it back in. Oh, the book's here. Did we get a book? As I say, the book's here. Oh, there it is. Looking around, it's like, yeah, it's here somewhere. No, the book's still here. But it's not a build guide step by step. It's more of a how to use it, maintenance, and all that kind of thing. So I should hold it where you guys can see it. With stickers, of course. And parts of it, how to use it, because I think it's the same book that they send with the pre-built one. Yeah, the assembly manuals, they don't do those anymore. I mean, the problem with printed manuals for things is that they're a snapshot in time. And with most products, and it's, you know, if you're buying a toaster, they're not going to change it on you. You're not going to be able to do anything with it after you get it home from the store. But when I'd rather have it be an online thing so that it's updated. Like, throughout this manual, there's a comment section, and people have been going in saying, oh, change the typo here, you didn't, you know, this could be clear if you did it that way. And they've been really good, from what I've seen so far, of jumping right on it and saying, yep, thanks, good idea, we've made the change, or we're making the change right now, and things like that. So, but yeah, it is helpful when you're trying to figure out what you did wrong or what's gone wrong with it. But yeah, I'm not I don't know, I don't use books as much. I like the online manual, so I can zoom the pictures up from my old eyes, because if they only print them this big, you know, 1.5 inch square, that's not a lot of good to me. I can't see what's going on. That's just me. Everyone's mileage may vary. Is it kilometerage? No. And we need some hardware. That's what those are going to look like. How many M3 by 10 screws they buy there, because we've gone through a few of them here. They must get them by the bucket load. Hey there, George. Thanks for stopping in. Were you just here a few minutes ago? Okay, I thought you were here earlier. There you go. Glad you're back again. Washers and a couple of those. There. down to the spare. Two nylock style nuts. Power leads on. And all right. That thing is just there, over there for now. It's the ends of both the label. Ground to the one marked ground. Should do the usual disclaimer. This kit was bought and paid for by me. All opinions are my own. Nobody owns me. So printing your bare parts. Patchy orange, Polymaker Patchy orange. I'm proud, George. Team Orange all the way. Cleaning, that's something I really don't do well. I bought a robot vacuum, but it keeps getting stuck on things, so. One of my kids lives in Toronto, about an hour and a half from me. And the younger one is in Japan, going to school, so. I don't see either one of them in person very much. Morning, Jolin. Thanks for stopping in again. Still working on it. No, that's one of the things with getting Prusa is it's well, anybody that imports it has to pay all the import fees on it if they import it for a business, for sure. And sometimes Sometimes you get lucky with customs people, but my luck is not usually that good. Prusa MK cost me... I can buy black and orange, PLA, and Pet G within a little over an hour's drive from me. If I want to go buy somewhere, I can buy it online there. But it's still like $50-ish a spool, but time you add all the currency conversions and import fees and everything else and shipping, that's what it costs. And it's the same for me to buy from Dave at Printed Solid. It's like a $300 US minimum order, I think. Last time I bought stuff there. That was before he was a part of Prusa, but hoping to maybe pick up if they sell stuff at Earth. I'll probably restock some of my favorite Jesse's there. Maybe some Prusa. I have to see how. I don't know if he's doing a booth at Earth or not. It's close to him, so I can probably sort of drive there on the way down or back. Yeah, Amazon. Yeah, Amazon, eBay. They all. The thing is, people will buy 5 rolls and then sell 2 of them and try to make their money back, so they jack up the prices accordingly. And because people can get it quick that way, I don't think I've ever needed filament. Mostly because there's a lot of it in the next room. But and whenever I put an order in at Prusa for anything, for parts, I usually add 4 to a few rolls of film or filament, just so that I've got some. Yeah, the discount is nice when you've bought their stuff. Nice of them to do that. By the time I add shipping and 30 to 35% exchange rates, and then the government here or whoever the courier is, the courier adds about a $20 fee on top to hand it to me and do the paperwork that was already done, and I call it the ransom fee, and then 13% income, just the tax on buying it. So, because that's what the government would have made from it if you bought it here, if you could, but, I'm not going to fight with them. I have way more things to do, like build another printer, but it's just part of the way it goes. Tighten it slightly. Oh. Oh, it says don't tighten it yet. Oh well. Well, they remind you both black and red enough. Okay, take out that piece of nylon, which is thinner than usual. Yeah. 1.9 millimeter. An unusual size. I knew it didn't feel quite like 175, but they used 285 for the other one. Well, there you go. So, metal and belts and bearings. At the end, the boxes are getting empty. Yeah, I think printed solids prices are a little bit higher because they have to pay all the import stuff as well. I haven't really checked it because it doesn't make sense for me to buy it and then pay it to cross a different border. It's like paying it twice, kind of, to me. But yeah, like, you know, he's got to ship them into the States and then turn around and ship them back out again. Yeah. That's the other part of it is Dave's got to pay. I don't know that he's getting them like by the pallet load. I don't know. I haven't kept up on how Dave's doing stuff these days, but I'm glad that he's there. If you need something, you can get it quicker than you'd think usually. And I mean, it's faster to get if he's got it in stock. It's definitely faster to get it from him than from Prague. So, and does he do free shipping on printers? I don't know. I'm not. That look like those are different sizes. We'll play along. Yeah, it depends. I saw somebody post on one of the groups yesterday that their stuff got opened by customs for extra inspection, and that just makes it take an extra couple of days. And you hope that they put everything back safely to get it the rest of the way to your house. They aren't really known for always doing that. Now that I've said that, something will happen to my next order. But interesting. Slight variation on the old designs. And it's one of our favorite M3x10s. 3. Hex nuts. You know, the prices raised on a lot of the kits just a little bit a while ago too. Hey there, that one stuff. How's it going today? Thanks for stopping in again. Yeah, we're not quite at day 47, but I don't know, what am I at? This the 5th stream? The 6th or 4th? It's gotta be 5th or 6th. So I keep doing them in pieces, not. Oh, the end is in sight. Because the boxes are getting empty, so like that's just print samples and the screws to hold the filament, the spool holder together. And the plastic parts box is the same, that's all that's left there. So we're getting there. Basically, we got to put the bed together, put the cover on the box with all the guts in it, and then we just have to kind of cross our fingers and hope for the best at that point. So the end is in sight. And I wanted to come back down last night and work on it, but I was just too tired by that time. It was like, I don't know, after 11, I guess when I gave up last night. I wanted to come down and play some more, but my brain said otherwise. And my eyes. It's that one that we were looking for the other day, the last piece of the web tubing stuff. 150 millimeters. Yep. Be a little over a foot long. Yep. 14. Look at that. Oh man. I would appreciate people that the view time, I guess. But I wouldn't even sit down and rewatch the first any of the other episodes again, I don't think. Hey there, Ricky Tanner, how's it going? Doing alright, how are you? How's life down in the warmer part of the country? Anyone that doesn't know Ricky is a country music star. He sings down in Nashville, and he's been part of the 3D printing community forever, as long as I can remember. And he does 3D modeling. He does, I can say the trademark term that you probably can't say anymore, but G.I. Joe size. The newer G.I. Joes, not the ones I grew up with, the smaller ones. And he does models and cars and Jeeps. As a matter of fact, I don't unplug myself. There's one of his Jeeps with working doors. G.I. Joe dude that I went and bought at a flea market, so I had someone to put in for scale. And tires they're old. See, they're held on with hot glue. But yeah, I broke the axle on this. But yep, it's one of his models right there. Oh no, just got to bed. That's not good. I'm sorry. Hope everything's okay. Answering George's question, Ricky Tanner, Tanner 3D. My name is Ricky Lee Tanner, R-I-C-K-I-E. See, he sings on Broadway in Nashville for a living, and he sings really well. Even though I'm not a country fan, I think he sings very well. Fan. It's a Canadian thing. Yeah, I broke a wheel on it. It's PLA. How long ago did I print that Jeep, man? 4 years ago, maybe? It was in the before times. So, yeah, probably at least 4 years ago. Right now he's making his own G.I. Joe figures, and they're coming along really well. Eric, it's been... So are those the new ones bigger or smaller than the... than... than whoever that guy is? It reminded me of Race from Johnny Quest, but probably know who that is. Oh, smaller than those? Or these are smaller? Can you print them FDM? Does anyone have any tips for printing ASA on a Mark III? I printed ASA on a Mark III. Not recently, but I have. That's how I print the fan shroud, or the hard cooling fan shrouds for the Mark IIIs. The ones I sent to Liz and everything, I printed those on a Mark III. Whatever letters it has behind it. All I did was use the stock Prusa ASA settings. It was Prusa ASA, and I believe, and yeah, I don't think I did anything special. Just ran it in the print room, which is just a size of a small bedroom. Down here, it's an old storage room, and I used glue on the bed just in case, so it wouldn't glue stick on the bed, so it wouldn't stick. So like 2 inches tall. Wow, those are smaller. Holy cow, going micro, man. That's cool. Yeah, that could be a challenge, that one stuff. Yeah, I don't remember having... ASA stinks. Like, when I print ASA or ABS, I usually do it in the room over there, and there's no windows or anything. It's just a old storage room for the previous owners. So I just go in, set it up, maybe watch it for a minute or so to make sure that it's squirting, and then I shut the door and leave. And I generally don't go back in there unless I have to until an hour or two after it's done printing, to let the smell die down. That's my health test for it, and that's it. So the main thing is you don't want drafts. Yeah, I don't use a shield, because that room, I've got a block over the vent, like where the heat comes out of the ceiling in there, or the cooling comes out of the ceiling, and I've got a plastic cover I printed to slide over it to deflect it all across the ceiling. So I don't get a whole lot of turbulence in there. And I mean, if I started running into problems, I would just make a cardboard box and some duct tape shield to go around it. I don't think I printed with a proper, like, in the software shield. I might have once. I did a parts box, like for a little toolbox, and I was doing it with ASA to test the settings. No, I still don't think I did. I think I did I used cardboard and made a shield to go around that time. That was a little while ago too, a few months back. Lagging. Shouldn't be. Let me check. Oh man, the lettering's coming off your shirt. Oh, there's MJ. Hey there, thanks for stopping in again. Good to see you. Yeah, my these ones are starting to lift around the edges. One of the orange ones I've got is coming off worse because I've used it more probably. They were not meant to be forever shirts, that's for sure. Just give me 1 second to make sure that my internet is not hitting me today. It goes under there now. Quick speed test on the router. Thanks for letting me know. We'll make sure though. These shirts were done with just probably Sicer, S-I-S-E-R, Caesar, Sicer, however you pronounce it. Depends which YouTuber you watch. Probably their HTV vinyl, heat transfer vinyl. And I've got a t-shirt heat press I bought used, and on local like Facebook Marketplace type deal. Right now I'm showing 809 down and 29 up at my router, which is literally 4 feet that way on the other side of that wall. So wire goes all the way around, but so I think I'm doing okay, but everybody let me know if it's getting worse. And that's almost what I pay for. I pay for a gig down and 30 up because they can't do more up. I don't understand why, but yes, it would work to print on a shirt. No, I have not actually done it. I looked into it for a bit, but I'm fat, so by the time you put all that shirt and you have to tuck it somewhere to do it, it's kind of... It might work better on these because you don't have to play around with the Z height. You just, once you got it sort of... Oh man, I hate that. You just started another rabbit hole. But I have printed on the flexible or the net stuff, what's it called, tulle, bridal veil material, and I did do that and printed the spikes. David Shorey, I couldn't remember his name yesterday, just clicked. David Shorey, look up his stuff. He does some really cool stuff, and he's the first one I saw do it. I talked to him at Murph and Earth, both I think, in 2019. He was doing it then, and it makes like spikes and it's on a cloth, so if you're doing cosplay and costume work, you could just kind of like sew it on to a shoulder and have a big spiky shoulder that moves with them. That's what I was playing with it for. Yeah, I've seen people do it. They were printing, some people were using like TPU and stuff because it's flexible, so it would hold up better, but I don't know. I kind of wonder how, I guess you'd have to wash cold and not put it in the dryer or anything, but you could probably do it. Yeah, it's like like Ricky says, it's like Ricky says, and I can't get the cursor to go over there. Figure a way to do that. Yeah, every time you take all the extra material for somebody my size and tuck, or bigger. There's a box of shirts over there. When I made these in 2019, I did, what was the smallest one? Somebody's kid. I don't remember whose kids I made them for. Heather and Travis's kid, I did one. Might have done some for, I don't remember. I don't know who else I made them for. Yeah, crickets are alright. They serve their purpose. I don't remember the last... I'd have to think to figure out what the last thing I printed on mine was. The power supply for it is here, because last time I used it for something, I was helping somebody figure out how to fix theirs and how to use it. That was over a year ago. And the machine itself is upstairs. Yeah. You got me thinking about that now, because something that's a Core XY, like a Trident, like one of the Vorons. Because yeah, is the Trident the one where the base, the bed stays at the bottom and the head moves up and down and back and forth? I'm not a Voron person. So yeah, the scoring blades are good. I was gonna say, I could do it on the XL too. But at least it's a bigger bed to tuck the material out of the way, where you can print a bigger image. But for me, the Cricut still easier. Although I could do more colors on the others, so. Another project that I probably won't get to. That way would make sense. Thermistor in. Up through the bottom. That away. And filament, pop it in that hole, not that hole, that hole. George, I'm sure they sold a few more when they were when they dropped the price again. I know I'd be kind of unhappy that if I had just paid the full price and then they dropped it, you know, a month later. It's the way everybody is, but yeah, that's as I've said several times, I'm more interested in accuracy and reliability than speed. I've seen some of the results from people pushing things, trying to be the fastest. My general theory is I'm generally asleep when prints finish anyway, so whether I've been asleep for 2 hours or 6 hours probably isn't going to make any difference in my world. Yeah, they're $5.99. I saw them. You don't have your Mark IV yet, though, do you? That one stuff? Open source is good. I think open source is good for building the community. My concern with the product, the way they've done it, is that they've made some innovations that would help things move along, but they locked them down. So they took all of the stuff that was open source, including their slicer, and then said, well, we're going to take all this free shit, but we're not going to give anything back to the community. F you. Well, doesn't really fly well with me. So, and when the hot end is literally glued together, I don't think that's really a good design thing. Impressive that it's fast. Watching them run at speed, well, all of the machines that are on the speed curve right now, the speed racers, those things shake like crazy. Like, remember when ads for printers used to always have them with a kid or something sleeping beside it in their bedroom, sleeping at night with the printer beside them? Yeah, those things were running. You gotta be a pretty heavy sleeper to sleep with any printer running beside you. I appreciate the value of the open source community and how it's got us to where we are, and I understand the changing of those feelings in some companies, including Prusa, that they spend all the time and money on research and development and moving things ahead and giving back, and then other people just take it and profit off it, off their hard work. It's the same in every business. Every product goes through cycles like that. It's just got to be hard to see all your stuff there, and a month later it's being sold at half the price because the other guys didn't have to spend the money to do the work. So man, there's so many things I gotta watch and don't do, and do this and don't do that. Yeah, I think they warn about that, don't they, George? About not trying to use the input shaping on your Mark III because it doesn't have any of the firmware isn't set for it or anything. It's not designed for the Mark III boards or anything else. I'm pretty sure that's not gonna do very well. I'm looking forward to trying it on here. I don't know. Let's see, that's pretty smart. I don't think that would be a very successful experiment. I have not tried Orca Slicer or Kiss Slicer. It's the other one that's in the background popularity. an underground thing almost, but I think it's based on the same base code as Prusa Slicer is. Ta-da! Alright, now we're going to loosen these a bit. Hello, magnet. Oh, can't do that now. Is it underneath? Could have done that before. Yeah, this is gonna work. Yeah. I think it did tell me to do that earlier. I'm reading it and not doing it. Do better. To install the wrap. Get a bundle. one finger to be pushed through. Just that low tie. I wonder which finger. Calibration of finger size. Head sheets. I've never thrown one out yet. I mean, there's factors that affect that. As long as you reasonably take care of it. You know, if your nozzle doesn't, if you run a hot nozzle into it, or you use a metal scraper at the wrong time or too forcefully. I'm trying to think if any of my... I got a third-party one I bought. I don't remember the name of the brand it is. It was a different plastic surface they were using for the bed. You could stick PLA to it cold. It's a white bed with green, like a lizard or something on it. I can't remember. But anyway, that one I got stuff stuck to. It stuck to it all right. But the stock ones, I usually run the textured beds. I like those better. Things grip that and a little bit of glue stick and everything works better for me. I can just hit print and walk away usually. 95% plus. It works that way. I've used lots of the PEI ones over the years. I just got my first satin one here. Second satin one. But yeah, I've never thrown one out. I mean, because you use it, and then even if you end up gouging it up, or you end up where, you know, you've got something stuck to it, you know, like pet G bonds to things sometimes permanently, you know, and you end up ripping a piece out of it or pulling up a part of it, the texture or the sheet, you just flip it over on the other side, you're good to go. And usually my mind is, when I flip it, that's the time to order another one. I usually end up ordering more just because I want more sheets of the same style for different printers. But I mean, people that are in full production, they'll have multiples just because they can have them cranked up and running more often. Yeah, this is going to be interesting for sure. I mean, you can, even if you wreck the surface on one of the PEI sheets, the older ones, they were a sticker, you could replace them. But I've done that on the Mark II beds that weren't removable. I won't do that again. Print bed's cheaper than 2 days of my time fighting with it and having everything smell like that orange stuff you use to clean the adhesive off. Oh yeah, magnetic bed. So do make ones with textured surfaces, like looks like carbon fiber pattern to it, so that when you print on it, it comes out looking like carbon fiber finish. Guess you could use that sometimes for nameplates, or saw them use it for car name pieces and want it to look like carbon. I was like, yeah, alright. I'm not personally one that worries about what the bottom surface looks like, unless I've printed something face down to get the textured finish. I do that quite often. Oh, that was neat. Felt that go. Yep. Now I just strip the bolt. Hey there, Bob. How's it going this morning? Thanks for stopping in. Getting there. We're in the home stretch. We're on the second last set of instructions. The last of the assembly ones, and I think I just stripped either the nut or the bolt on this because I didn't have it in enough right. Make sure there has to be a gap. It's like a sandwich with too many layers. There's too much stuff in there. Like your screen case on the Mark III, or sorry, you gotta rephrase that one. I'm not sure where we're going with that one. Yeah, it's just the screen stripped out. The feel of it. You mean the textured finish? Yeah, just print face down on the textured sheet and you get that finish. Oh, the carbon look. Carbon looking, it's just a texture. It's just the textured build plate as far as I know. Okay, Jolin, have fun. Say hi to Andrew. Gang. Maybe that's why. Didn't have it quite lined up right. That looks better. If the textured vinyl would hold up to the heat, to 200 degrees range. Plastic, probably not too consistently. That's hard to say. I don't know what the... See the textured sheet stickers and stuff all over the AliExpress type sites. Whatever the new one is, Temu or whatever. Oh, good stuff. Ricky, I didn't know you got your letter. See, a few people have been getting them. Yeah, that's awesome. I don't think I'll get my letter for mine for a number of months yet, so. Awesome. Still got the money sitting there waiting so far. I'm hoping that nothing goes wrong and I have to spend it on something else before I get my letter to complete mine. O'clock. NASCAR Xfinity practice and qualifying probably, yeah. For the Xfinity series should be starting now in Chicago, on the streets of Chicago. It's supposed to rain all weekend there, so I didn't go to that. We'll probably turn on the iPad here and put it in the corner. That sound. We don't want any copyright flags. One time I was testing some of the StreamYard features and I had Sirius XM radio on in the room while I was working, which is common. And there was a commercial on the NASCAR channel with the music in it. And I got a flag. And it was an unlisted, I recorded unlisted to YouTube, and that's where they flagged it. It wasn't even public. It was just sitting in my unlisted pile on my YouTube channel. Wow, they were working hard that day to find, and it was low. It wasn't loud either. I was testing video features, and I think it was back when they did the starred comments and such. Okay, we've twisted it. It's still pointing the right way. Moving on. One second while I park the iPad over there. There's cars going around in circles, so some variety. I know. Imagine that, eh, Bob? I had to go. It was just a warning. I just deleted it because all I was doing was testing anyways. Mr. Llama, welcome back to the stream. Yeah, it's because I yak too much. But it's alright. Not a race, I'm just... Do I wish I already finished it? Yes. Would I have been happy if I would have not done the other 5 things I was doing the other days? And I still had to do those now? No. So, just the way it works out. Do it in little pieces. Yeah, Ken's on my side. Take your time, get it right. And it's even interfering with my NASCAR viewing. And I'm still choosing this. If I'm still doing this at 1:30, I'll be watching the Cup Series guys then. But yeah, Llama and I pick on each other a lot. I don't have any blue tape nearby. Darn. I was like, I could put some on the bed for you. Well, they got to do left and right because they're literally racing in downtown Chicago. They built a street circuit on the roads of downtown Chicago. So they'll be doing left and rights. Apparently the streets in Chicago don't work in an oval. Poor city planning that was. But yeah. Oh, somebody's sideways. Okay. Stay half focused on this, because alright, we're getting serious. We're gonna get to use the cool new frame. Cool new cast, I'm gonna say aluminum frame. Yep. So should be fun. You can save a lot of material by doing the cavities on the back like that. Yeah, I think the structural yeah. If I don't live stream it, it might go faster, but it'll be more frustrating and I'll probably make more mistakes. If I'm doing this, I'm chatting with people and catching up with old friends and everything. It's kind of cool. As I've said several times, it's a digital garage. It's like working on my car in my garage and have my buddies come over and help me while I'm working on it. Need that extra set of hands sometimes, but most of the time just drink my beer, so that's fine. So I'm not sending you guys beer. You're on your own. Yeah, the stuff, I'm sure it's plenty sturdy. I don't remember. Oh, wouldn't notice. Okay. I remember my second or third printer, third I think, was a Prusa. It was one of the acrylic frame ones before the A8s, the A-nuts. This was just some AliExpress type kit. It was clear plexi, and that frame, because it was just shaped like, you know, like the normal 4 corners and for the bearings kind of thing, and it flexed like crazy. And I used to lean on that. The stuff used to stick to the bed on it because it had I had a glass bed on it for a while. I don't know what the stock bed was. Good look. But I tried so many different surfaces and plates, and there was plastic flex plates that I used on it. Some company made them. Now, we don't say aluminium here. That's a British Europe thing. It's just aluminum here. At least where I grew up. I mean, I always think I'm kind of, like, my language isn't the same because I grew up watching Buffalo News with Irv Weinstein and Commander Tom, who recently passed, and so I grew up with the North Tonawanda accent in my head all the time. So. Somewhere to fix that. Does anybody know a way to have a cursor stay on two different screens? I thought about using different mice, but it'll still take over the cursor. I wonder if there's anybody that's got something that'll run a second mouse with a second independent cursor that would still work like a mouse cursor. I guess that would be the toughest part of that. Anyways, another day. That would be cool. As much as I have concerns and some reservations about how AI will be used in the future, I wish that in 3D scanning, I think it would be quite helpful to start to put some logic and guessing. Well, AI is guessing at that point. Is guessing what's important and what isn't in a point cloud. So that could be interesting. Parts. Three of those. Bearings, all of those things, tabs, I'm gonna guess. See, I was gonna guess. I guessed M3x10s like we've used 10,000 times already. Looking for M3x8s. Yeah. The thing with the trackball is I've got it, I don't like it to get twitchy, so I've got it kind of toned down on its speed. So the time to go from over here on this screen in front of me over there where I have to scroll up and down with the instructions, it would be nice to have one that would just kind of sit there and one that would be over there. Especially if it was a different device, that would make it even easier for my brain to remember, but six and one spare. I used to use a trackball on at least one machine, just so that my wrist wasn't always doing the same thing, like between work and home. But so I still kind of do because I use this down here because it's always there. It doesn't go anywhere, and it's nice to be able to just kind of sit there and I'm used to it. But yeah, touchscreen for the instructions would be good. So what you're saying, if I understand you correctly, Bob, is that I should go and buy 27 or bigger inch touchscreen to make my life easier. Is that what you're telling me to do? Because, you know, peer pressure. I've bought sillier things with less peer pressure. Yeah, you and Jordan would gang up on me. And I'd have my finger on the buy button and then hopefully snap out of it, but snack out of it. See, there you go. Additional positive, blah 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 blah. Somebody in the comments says, "Yeah, I think they should send us an extra one of those. These little clear plastic pad things that are for the bearings, I believe." And the Prusa person responds, "Yeah, there's a spare one in the bag, in the spare bag." Yeah, I've used the tablet before, the iPad for that. But when I'm down here doing this, I've got a 27-inch monitor there. There's one there that the chat's in that I don't use a lot. StreamYard feed is on an old Sony 40-inch, I think it is, TV that's mounted down in front of me here. And then there's another old 27. These monitors are both ones that have flaky issues with them from work that were in the scrap pile. So that one, the power button doesn't work, so I just leave it on. It goes to sleep after about a day. And this one's good. It has a humming noise in it that is annoying, but I can't hear it, so. Now we're gonna squirt some more bearings, I guess. Calibrated tells. Oh no, I almost sat on the Jeep. Can't do that. I'm gonna sit down to do the bearings. Try not to disconnect the wires again. Hey there, Ryan. Thanks for stopping in. No, but we're in the last stages of the assembly. We're on the Y-axis. Putting the bed together, we'll put the Y-axis in and then close up the covers once all the wires are plugged in. And then it's just firmware and hope for the best time. I don't know if Ricky's still here. He was here earlier. There he is. I don't know if he's still here or not. Okay. 2 more weeks? Yeah, maybe. I'd say stuff like that. Because if I break something, that's about how long it'll take to get another replacement part. Let's say stuff like that. Well, I'm trying to wreck my mood again. Oh, see? It's like old times. What's been kind of fun about this last few days here, Ricky, is having not old friends, but you know what I mean. Old crew here, and then some of the newer people and people I know from other communities, and John and Michael that were here, and Stuart, Dr. Stuart was on earlier. Getting the band back together. Oh yeah, you haven't. I should do something with that. I built one of the Prusa Caster guitars. I can't play it. I got my kid to play it before he left, so I got him to try it out. He was polite about it, but no. How about 10mm and all axis? You don't really need it. I mean, I've never bent a 8mm rod. Makes everything make sense. So you gotta skate that mouse across again just to post that up on the top. Oh, John Mack and Robbie Mack, all the Macks show up. No, I did not take time to soak them in alcohol and all that. If they came with grease in them, I'll just add more. It's not like it's shipping only or anything. You figure the first few of these I built, you just put them together and went. And I don't think I've changed. I did the bearings on one of them, not the other one, and the most recent one I bought used, so whatever it is, it's just, there it is. They're getting a little bit loud, but eh. Mac Brothers. Yes, Ricky. Man. That didn't last very long because I need a marker. It's over here somewhere. Okay, so where are we supposed to mark on these things? Use any piece of fabric as a pad to protect your working surface from grease. Paper towel, good enough. Are you going to tell us to use the marker on them this time? Or did I miss it? Oh. Nope, they aren't saying it. Okay. getting behind here. How's your Mark 3S not got? How's your Mark 3S not got dual Z motors? They all have dual motors? Oh, X-axis. Okay, sorry. I didn't think. Wait a minute. Do I have to go in the next room and look? Make sure my brain isn't broken. Why would you need duals on your X? Just to move it back and forth? One to push and one to pull? I just thought they'd be their usual, you know, on top of it thing. And make us align them a certain way. Alright, we'll just squirt these puppies up then. Thing is, on the larger one, the 10mm one, it's got the four. Where are we here? It's got four of these tabs on the edges on the nozzle. See, it lines up with the holes where the stuff comes out. On these, it doesn't. So it's like, all right, we'll just do it the old-fashioned way. And Mr. Llama, I gave you credit the other day. You were the first person I know that made one of the bearing lube things. In my Memories of the Old Days segment. I think they just make us line them up when we put them in, don't they? Applicator. Alright, applicator. What did I call it? The lube squirter. The luber. We're almost done because it seems like we've squirted a lot of lube out the edges of things, and this tube's actually getting thin. I need one of those little micro toothpaste tube roller things to make sure we get the rest of it out. It's metallized. Oh, it's a fold. Trying to do with yucky fingers, but it. Good enough for me. My new job to be the guy who just takes the pictures at Prusa for all the parts. Except I don't want to go there. I'm not ready to move at this point in my life. much hassle that person gets. I like to see the innovation on the design of things on this, and the put the long bearings up here on the Z-axis. They have a plastic little lip at the bottom now to stop them from sliding out. I think one set of mine has hot glue on the bottom to hold this, to make a fake edge there for it, and it's been like that for years at this point. Because I used to run it in a black table enclosure, and it was getting warm enough that the plastic would just go a bit, and then one of the bearings would fall out down to the bottom of the lead screw. It's like, all right. Now that black table, right now it's just got paper towels and a thing of acetone and stuff in it. For smoothing ABS. Cleaning up stickers. I know, everybody needs a good lubing once in a while. Or if further down in human body modification, they'll put in, like, you know, little lube spots like you have in your car. As we age, they just give us another shot. I know it's pointless because it's just going to happen again, but get some of the grease off my fingers. I can tell you, George, that if you find that the bearings start to slip down, just a little bit of hot glue around the bottom works just fine. Yes, I know I could reprint the parts, and if I ever decide that I have to do bearing maintenance on it or anything, I'll reprint parts, because it's usually what prompts me to change anything on these. Yes. Alright. On to the next piece of this event. The order of these pads is critical. Screw. Rubber pad. What do they call the plastic one? Bearing pad. Rubber bearing pad and the plastic bearing. I guess it makes sense because they go on the bearings. Think about it. Be concerned that I have an extra screw over here that I've missed somewhere. Oh well, we'll find out. What are the chances of your first test print being a stringy mess? Probably not real high probability of that. I know better than to say it won't happen, because experience. But I would expect that the test prints that they send with these things have been vetted pretty well. And I'm not in a super humid. Oh, the loose screw from earlier. My loose screw? If these screws loose. Alright, so we got those. Say so. All right. Huh? Alright, good and broke, good and tight. Oh, I'm sure somebody would get all bent about that. Good and bent about it. Yeah. I am. Alright, now put them in so that we're that way. Alright. Predicting another round of decreasing my fingers here. One of the steps is to put the bearings in so they're about equidistant, equal on both sides here. And like they have a black band around them, it lines up pretty much with the end of the housing. I guess explaining that might be tougher. Yeah, I wouldn't be allowed to work in the manual department for very long because I'd slide things like that in there. Just to see if people read it. Not read it, that read it. And bearing cleat, same on each side, maintain the bearing position, and slightly tighten both screws. Just barely to maintain, and there we go from there. It's interesting. All right. They're supposed to go out? No, in as far as they can. Okay. Still, there's not much. They're like, put the... Alright, I'm gonna go read the comments for the... There's no comments. Attach two bearing clips while orient both bearings so the two rows of bearing balls. Yeah. Sides, unlike the previous bearing position, the bearings as close to the center of the Y carriage as possible. Beware the bearings must not touch the edge of the pocket. Warning, correct. Bearing line was crucial. Proceed carefully. Make sure both bearings are as close to the center of the Y carriage as possible. Do not touch an edge. Well, there isn't much room there. Like there isn't an 1/8 of an inch of play overall. Hi, Jolin. Glad you're back. Just muted me. Been muted. Saw somebody commented on one of the earlier versions of this video series, and they said I rambled too much, and I was like, yeah, that's kind of part of the plan. I haven't replied yet. I'll get to it. I thought it was more important to get started again than to deal with that. I don't think I know the person, so they were just having fun. There isn't much room there for that idea. Okay, so it's okay. There's lots of times I should be muted. I'm sure that whatever Andrew and Don were discussing was more important than this and of more value. You can't put them much farther than that. Yeah, oh, I know that. Anybody that remembers when they used to be the U-bolts that they used for this? I did not heed that warning the first time I assembled a Mark III kit. And I crushed one of the bearings. Had to get a few more. Talked about me. Nothing good, I hope. What are your thoughts on the build so far? Fun, boring, easy, hard? It's easy. It's all just follow the steps. I mean, Prusa's really good historically and so far in this project as well about having step by step. Sometimes, like I said yesterday, there should be like 2 lanes. Like I've never done this before, and just tell me what I got to do, give me the highlights, and I'll just go do it. That's usually where you get into trouble, and we skip ahead and try things to do things ourselves, but their instructions are very good. That's one of the big selling points on their stuff to me. And is it fun or boring? I mean, it's probably boring as hell for you guys to watch, and I appreciate you coming and hanging out while I do this, but doing it by myself, when I build stuff on my own, is boring. And I get squirreled real easy. Can't imagine that from watching this stuff, but I just like, alright, I've had enough, and I just go off and do something else for a while. And there's a few printers here that have kind of been like that forever. TiVo Black Widow. Yes, the new metal clips are much more forgiving. You're right, Bob. And Samuel, welcome to the stream. In case I didn't say that before. Oh, see? I'm just background noise. I'm good with that. That's value. Oh, there it goes. See? I'm a step up above Discord chats. Yeah, I gotta be doing something. Like I always got. I'm a bad multitasker. I'm a better task switcher, I think. It's probably. And as I get older, I think the multitasking ability kind of dwindles off even more. I usually use live stream stuff for just background noise when I'm working. Okay, they're in there. They're good enough. They're not going anywhere. Prepare. Not those. Not in there either. There they are. My famous M3x10s. Bag's getting emptier. 79 of them in there when we started. 12 of those. Oh, I'm gonna pull up the picture so you can see what I'm doing. And square nuts. I'm gonna do square ones because we don't have any of the others anymore. No, it doesn't anyways. Trying to remember things I have to do for when the XL kit comes, so I'll have to do a better job of preparing all the hardware, I think. Oh yeah, it's more work than the minis were. The minis are less than half a dozen screws to put them together. Yeah, Bob, I found that working at home, it's nice to have some other voices in the room, not other than the ones in my head, of course. But that's 12. 12. Done. 2 spares. Enough of those. Trying to see how the screen. Yeah, Samuel, yeah, it's just, you know, step by step, follow the steps. If you think something's kind of not quite right, it's good to check the comments where people have, like users have posted their thoughts on what they did a little bit different, or tips and tricks to get things to fit or work better for them. I'll put mine together at the end after I'm done building it. Because other times I've done these, I've started putting my comments in as I went along in the steps, and then I'd realize that, you know, 7 steps later, somebody corrected it and said, oh yeah, we should have done that back on step 4. I'm like, yeah, that's what I said, but it was just farther down the list. So, oh well. So I try to save them till the end so I don't look as silly. Yeah. I mean, Bob, like, you know, like when I've built other stuff, they had the little bag with all the pieces you needed for that step all sorted. And I understand that that's a whole lot of extra work for them to do. It's a lot easier to sit there and count out 79 pieces, probably on a machine, by weight, into a bag, and just, you know, do it that way than having to take 1 of these and 3 of these and 2 of those. I get it. Just I have to think about it differently because I wasn't ready for that part. And next time I'll at least have the bags laid out, maybe in a box or something to stand them up so that I can flip through them quicker. Yeah, the Mark IIIs, they were all pre-sorted. The MMU, it was all pre-sorted. So I think when I get the XL, because there'll be a few more parts probably. So, and a bunch more screws. So I think I'll try to set up something like just a little box to stack them all in and flip through the tops with the tabs saying what they are. I think that would help a lot. And just having them all in a pile on the desk and sorting through them 6 times. At least they had them divided into 2 kind of bigger bulk bags where all the fasteners for the first kind of half of the build were in one bag and the ones for the second half were in the next bag. So yeah, that's what I think I'll work towards for that one. And then we need the, better be the only 2 rods we have left. And they're the same diameter. Great idea. A couple of those. I think it shows, the picture shows it with all the other rods you've already used. Should just say the last 2. Take one of the Y holders and insert the square nuts. Hey, they're using needle nose pliers to put them in. Here's these. When I see these, I'm having a rep box flashback. Oh, it doesn't need to be pushed in. Oh well. I say things like that. And one. Oh, really? No more M3 and square nuts? What's he use instead? Is he threading just into the plastic? I think some parts on the last one, I don't know what version I've got. There's one sitting on the floor in the box over there that I bought sometime probably in 2020, probably. Or the end of 20. It's not one from, it's one I got in the mail, so it's got stickers on the box. I went and picked it up, so my Niagara Falls, New York mailbox that I haven't used in years. Yeah, workhorse makes sense. I know one of the rep boxes I bought, that's gonna bug me. Which one's which? That one had the wood grain, wood burning one. That's the first one, the first version, probably a version 1. Then I have a version 2 point something. It's got those guitar starburst style end panels that I drew for it, that I got him to make. That was a long time ago. And then one of them doesn't have any decorative end panels. The one I bought at IRF 2019, because it was the last couple hours of the show, and he still had a few of them there, and I said I'd buy one, and one less he had to pay to ship back anywhere, and he was thankful for that. And he mentioned something about the end panels, and he was in a hurry trying to get everything organized to start packing up, and I didn't click in. He could have said, "Hey, stupid, you have to buy some of those too," but he didn't. He's too polite. I know, Booch polite. But I got it home and opened it up, and there was just the plain black, wood panels. It's like, oops. So are these ones bad for falling out? Because I'm having to push them in pretty good. So the good thing is if I lose any of these, I will not look for them on the floor at this point. I will just use ones in the spare bag, and if I run out, I've got a few of these from spares from other projects. These ones are a bit looser than some of the ones we put in on this project, but I mean, they're going in all right. Just wiggling them down a bit. But I have used tape on prior projects. One of the Mark IIIs had a square nut they had to put in really early in the hot end carriage assembly, and it fell out several times, and eventually I ended up with a piece of probably blue tape, maybe green masking tape holding it in. That's when I expect Llama to chirp back up when I say blue tape. they're warning you about don't use excessive force to put those nuts in. It's like, they're pretty loose. We're good. And the other one goes where? In the end. I wonder why I still had so many of them kicking around. Which this will be the one that's hard to put in. And you know that now you've said that, I will drop one of these. One of them will fall out, right? Hey Michael, how's it going? Thanks for stopping in. I know, 7 hours, 7 days straight, 7 hours. It seems that long. It should take between 7 and 12 hours if you just sit down and do it yourself without stopping to talk or any distractions or any squirrel moments. You were one of them, I don't know, not last night, the day before. I forgot to end the stream fully. And a few hours later, I was upstairs and I had it open up there as well in StreamYard, and I looked and I went, oh, turns out it run from like 2.5 hours up to like over 6 hours. So I went into, here's my I need to send feedback moment. So I'm thinking, that's okay, YouTube has a feature, I can go in, I can trim the ends off, no problem. I go in there and I can't, I go to click on the trim option, and it says, you can't trim this video, it's too long. Isn't that the point of the trim feature? To trim off long videos? So, just like, thanks. So, I need to use your send feedback. I did take a screen capture of it, so I will post it somewhere and say, yeah, that's nice. Thanks for that. Thanks for a feature that has no value to me. Because I went to start and just take off the little bit at the beginning while I was in there, because I don't usually bother on live streams, but while I was there I thought I'll just do it, and it's like, no, you can't. Suck. So it's 6 hours long, so I just changed the description, added things, said, you know, it's not really 6 hours long. I assume that their buffer is only so big that because it's an online video editor that they can only capture so much. I don't understand. I'm not a programmer, but other companies can do it. I'm not sure why they don't. I'm sure they said nobody will ever do a video more than like an hour or whatever the limit is. I don't know. You know, I want to do more and just go test all my other videos and see what the limit is. But yeah, you'd think trim, the value was to cut off crap you didn't want off the front and the back, right? Does their trim let you edit pieces out in the middle too? I don't remember. But here's where we're going to screw the rods down tight to the frame. After the final tightening, the movement of the smooth rods must be gentle. If the smooth rod moves stiffly, loosen the screws and repeat the procedure. those sound a lot healthier. You know, the grease can stay. I'm just wiping it off so that I don't end up having so much of it around. Sounds about right. Concerning crack sound was the, assume was the plastic sheet that's under there just slipping up the, clicking over the threads as I tightened it down. So I'm like, this is all cast aluminum for, as far as I know, and it shouldn't be anything with making a plastic cracking sound. So. Two always seem to slide better than one, but alright, we're in. And fully tighten as much as they're getting. Push one of the Y rod holders onto the rod. Align the front surface of the plastic part with the flat surface of the rod. Rods better not be flat. I mean the ends, but okay. And we go towards the inside. It's that way. As I can tell. Here, user, hold on to this greased rod and yeah, I thought it was aluminum. I don't want to say it's definitely aluminum. It could be something else, but have they not posted a? I thought they posted a video of it running. Might have just been a short clip on something. Whoa, that was almost bad. And my greasy finger just slid into the end of the... I almost had to go to the print another one pile. That would not be fun at this point. I had my finger here like this and slipped in and pushed it way back, so good thing they're nice and flexible. I don't think I have any of these on mine. When I did the upgrades to the S Plus or whatever it was, and they switched to these plastic, this style ones, I didn't bother taking the whole Y-axis apart just to change those 4 clips to update it to the new way. I was like, well, they're working fine, we're good. Yeah. YouTube can cancel my video. I'm fine. As long as I end up in court, I'll be fine. I don't want to do that. Repeat for the others. I hope they're on right. They look like they are. Not the right way. So I don't have to be way more sprung than the others. Sort of. Is there a bit of plastic or something on that one? Seems more. A bit of this in there, but shouldn't bother it. That's enough for now. Yeah, family friendly. Doesn't always work here. I mark this, my streams are always marked as not for children, that's for sure. Because you never know when it's going to happen. I'm going to say something wrong, or when somebody's going to jump in the chat and make comments that aren't appropriate. Whoever suggested using the touch screen was a really good idea. Sometimes you gotta move up just a little bit. I think that was Bob, wasn't it, that was trying to convince me to buy the big touchscreen monitor? Let's just get this right out of the neighborhood for a bit. Don't fall, don't fall, don't fall. Alright, right into the... That'll work, view-wise. That tank Bob guy. Bob guy's trying to make you spend money. That's Michael's job. Usually he's the one making me spend money. Can you believe that, Michael? My friend Bob was trying to get me to buy a big touchscreen so that I didn't. Okay, here's a question for you. For those that don't know, Michael is a host of several YouTube channels, well, all in one channel with several YouTube shows. Does the game show on Friday night that we talked about last night when it was on and I couldn't go. And he does Tinkering with Tech community. That's where I got to know him first. Tinkering with Tech, where he helps people with their tech problems and all different things. And he's also a product expert for Google. When you go and ask a question in the Google certain Google forums, he may answer. So, is there any way? Okay, here's what I want to do. Big monitor in front, where StreamYard is. And when I want to post a comment or anything, it's handy to have the cursor there and you pop it up. You know how it works. The monitor over here is where I've got the instructions that are on a web page, and I have to keep going, scrolling up and down and everything over there. What I'd like is to have two different mice, whatever, pointers. One on that stays on this screen, one on that screen. So a trackball on each hand or whatever, or two, you know, just two separate inputs. The problem is Windows only lets you have one, right? And I wondered if anybody had made a app of some type that would let you do that. But the problem is that in order to click and use the cursor, it's got to be the Windows one. So I kind of doubt it's possible. But see, that's right, John. That's how John met me, was through Tinkering with Tech, the Smurfs. Yeah, like I've got stuff to let me use the same mouse, like physical mouse, on different computers. I've got that. I forget what it's called, but it's running upstairs between the Mac and the Windows machine. I guess I could do that. No, it's still not gonna. Well, I could just run this. I could just run another little mini computer for this one. Solve my own problem, maybe easier than anything. Just use one of the 3 or 4 little mini computers that I've got. They're from old projects. Old kiosk projects laying around. That might be the easiest. Never mind. Okay, 2 go on that side. Because yeah, this machine doesn't do anything except usually run a web browser, no matter what I'm doing. So yeah, that would make sense. I just mount it on the back. Probably the best solution. Take the carriage using smooth rods, holders in place in this head frame. Two bearings are on the left. They are. Yeah, we already built it. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Alright. Maybe what all those extra things we put in were for. It's not under there. How did I manage to lose that? Secondary thought to that, if I ran that on a separate machine, I would also take care of my not being able to use the foot pedals, the Elgato pedal, to mute, and that I could use it because my main cursor would always be on that window. Now, more importantly, where did I put the X key that fits all of these? Just used it. Unless I dropped it on the floor and didn't hear it. It's not magnetically stuck to, oh. Magnetically stuck. It was stuck to the bottom of the magnetic pad. I think my brain works sometimes. All right. is there a... Oh, that's what's going on. There's a foot sort on the bottom to align it that I had misaligned. Check. Good. Front running over there, and it's still running, so that's good. And I've already had fail twice, so I switched filament, and it's so far doing better. Touching not wood. Tighten those other ones until we get these done. Sorry to not go along with everything there. So I want a little bit of wiggle room for these. All right, and then put these in. even tell you in case the nuts keep falling out. Flip it upside down and put it together the other way. I was lucky mine stayed in this time. This project, I've been lucky. Guess I was supposed to tighten those after I did this, but they're CNC slots. Ta-da, nice smooth sound. Yeah, pretty good for these. If I pulled one of the printers from the other room, you'd hear how old bearings sound. They need to be replaced. And the bearings are easy to get and replace here, but getting the right size and hardness of rods is tougher. You gotta order them from the factory, and it takes a while. There might be a spare set here. I used to have it there. Okay, we did all that. Assembling the Y belt. Parts preparation. Oops, sorry. Smack the camera. So we need more of the print. Bag for the bag collection. Quick collection. And pulley, belt, add expansion joints. And some of the bags are still hardware parts, like this spacer, which is not part of this part, and a pin. About that. It says it's a 3x20 pin on the instructions, and it's at 2.9 from here. Alright. Alright, and some more and 3x10s. Those. Get close. 2 more. And we're down to just spares. Hopefully. And an M3x40. Easy to spot those. 4 times as long. Spare. And 1 lock nut. Okay, an eye lock and 1 spare. Pulley, pin, the belt, some screws. That's a hexagonal hole. Very round to me. But okay. Whichever we believe. looking in the wrong place. That, alright, maybe. It's look very oval. Looks like it's just not quite a great print around it, but we'll take it. Okay. Now, if we into the one with the hex hole, the nut in there. Use this to pull this one through if we can. Fingernails on a chalkboard. Ta-da! Power supply side down. Like so. Really? Pin into the pulley, center it, close enough to center it and put it in, loosen there, oh, that's smart. Put this in. Pretty wise. Anybody that's ever had to work with these little things to hold for the teeth and the belt to go into and hold them in place, they've made it so that you put it in, and then to clamp it in place, they put a screw in here that pushes that little piece of plastic back just enough to work against all the teeth. That is pretty smart. Having spent way too many hours fighting with these kinds of things, I like that. It goes in this way and comes out that way. Right. It used to be you just had to push them in, and sometimes they were a challenge is a nice word. Put them in. Now they're easy to insert because there's no pressure there yet. They used to just adjust the tightness on this part, adjust the tolerances until the belt was really gripped well. Now they put a screw to bend it and kind of clamp it in place. I haven't built a Mark III in a while, so maybe they're doing that there too, but that's a smart change. I appreciate when design changes help me. Put a screw in to hold it in place. Like that. So the time when things might break, but let's hope they don't. But if they do, for anybody that's not familiar, all the plastic parts for this, the models are up on their website, part of the open source value. That if I do break something, or something isn't quite made right, I can go on one of the other printers here and print a replacement part. Like that, less than an hour. Probably. I'm gonna gush with that a bit more. I really like that. It's a good thing they did. Now I'll take a screw through some other hole somewhere and put it in. These that way. cross-threading it. And don't do that to me now. Sure there isn't. Crabby. Heartless. Nope. From the top, push it up then. Looks okay that way. It's an aluminum piece that's special. I don't want to mess up the threads in it, that's for sure. Well, I could put a bolt through it. There'd be enough room. But rather not. He's one of those spares now. I don't know what I've done to the end of that one, but hit it that time. Pretty close. They'll use their coated. Parts. There's some over there for now. Kind of in the way at this point. Oh, can't fit that one in there either. Easily. Okay, that's not tightening. Here that I've cross-threaded it. So that's where it's going to be at this point. This is never having to come off again. You can retap the hole with an M4, I guess, if I have to, and change the part. Okay. I get to watch my head explode. I think I've totally done it wrong here. Oh, that's still tightening. 1/6 of a turn, well, not even, less than 1/6 of a turn at a time. At least it's tightening, so that's a good step. Squared, so we're close to it. I haven't totally parted it up, but I certainly believe I cross-threaded it or something wasn't right. Okay, don't push it anymore, just step away. Okay. not doing that one. We'll do the other one first. Well, that's what I'm going to do because we just put the other one in. The belt on the other pulley. Like so. Take this one. They're like, yeah, put it in the center. I'm going to keep it there. It just floats. And we're gonna put our finger over the end of the pin so it doesn't hit the floor. Just like that. Yeah. I don't think it really has much locking, does it? See? It doesn't lock, it just sits there. Just goes into a groove. I guess that's considered locking. We don't have any tangles in the belts. So there. I'll do my new favorite thing. Okay. Close that picture. Oh, I see what they're telling us. Oh yeah. That'll be fine. This in. that's that. This one goes in there. Let's try and be a little bit more careful getting this one lined up. Much easier that time. All right. So much easier than the other one. Okay, the screw does not reach the hole, so you remove the Y belt, attach the Y belt tensioner to the right hole, carriage should not be tightened, just the exact position later on. Oh! Oh! Oh, okay. Well, that's cool. I did not know that. Somewhere in here, there's another hole for us to put that in. Alright. Thanks, Joel. I will check that later. I thought it was somebody telling me I was doing something wrong, or I was offline or something. Wait, that wasn't it. this. Better. Maybe. Yes. Better. Alright. So we could have tightened these at the beginning. So we don't use them for tensioning anymore. All right. Oh, those are pretty good already. Sure, we'll have to use the little device again for that. Carriage all the way to the back. Yep. Sure. What if somebody doesn't have a left hand finger? Alright. In my experience, that's good. Park it. Cool. Cool beans. Alright, let's move on to the next piece. Here's where we do the strum it like a probably still have it here. Y-axis belt. Through all that right now. Okay. What am I supposed to get to? Around 82. Really too tight. that's not a bad term or something. Been in my vocabulary since I was a wee one, so. That web app thing is so. Really love this app, yeah. Make sure that both the top and bottom parts of the belt are parallel. Well, it's sort of kind of late now. Spare, not spare. I haven't put the power trimmer in for that yet. Not spare. Spare. In that box for now. I say for now, like it's ever going to change. Snug. All of them right here. It's convenient. They are. Yep. Sounds about the right one to me. Okay. Tighten. Exactly. Okay. 3 by 6 round heads, not those. Spares. All right. There. Need a bit of a rest. Not expecting any Amazons today. Hello. Got everything. All right, so now we those little plastic things. Those things. What are they called? Expansion joints. Put that out of there right now so that it's just not staying in my way. The NASCAR event is over. So we will let the iPad go to sleep and save some power. Head expansion joints. How many of those are we supposed to have? I think an 8. We do. They're not metallic, not ferrous. At least. Okay. How do these work? Oh, they slip over, okay. I say, yeah. That one. Oh, wait, they're probably Torx. T's, aren't they? Let's try that one. Nope. How about that one? Nope. I got 4 of them. No, it's not that one. It's way too small. So I hear you alarm. Oh. Okay, the next time it goes, I'll have to fire up the iPad again. It's time for cup qualifying. So all of these. Sorry, Bob. Sorry to make you jump there. It's gonna go again in about 8 minutes, so that's when I'll, because it's the 10-minute reminder that NASCAR Cup qualifying and practice is coming up. So, and the only way I get that up here in Canada is through the TSN, our version of what's the sports channel? ESPN, sort of. So it's the Canadian version, and they carry that on their Plus package, which so far is still free. They haven't announced how much it's going to cost, but if it's too much, I won't be buying it. So I'm taking advantage while it's available for free to watch qualifying and stuff. Especially this weekend, because it's the first time they're racing on a true road course in downtown Chicago. I suspect the race will be several cautions for it's a tight circuit. Wait, the way they built it. Okay, so there's that. I can guarantee you there's no way, if I'm still not done this somehow, there's no way I will be working on this tomorrow evening or tomorrow afternoon when they race there. It's another, it's critical, it's this, it's that. Alright. Take a minute and get the pad connected to power so that Yeah, because we're only at 39%. Good thinking. And I could care less about the American Gladiators documentary. Trust me. I'm not interested at all. So the camera bumps. 20 more steps, is that all? No, Bob, I will be watching NASCAR tomorrow. For me, NASCAR is more important than all this stuff. The problem with their app, it needs a way to refresh it better. I think a swipe down or up would take care of that, but it doesn't. We'll start shortly. It's not raining there yet, so that's a good thing. By the looks of it. Stay. 37 of 56. Oh man, I'm getting hungry. That makes it sound even farther. I was hoping this morning that I would have got started a little bit earlier, like an hour earlier. And that I would be done by now and watching practice and qualifying while I was eating, but nope. Okay, let's look at all the pretty pictures. I don't know what that's telling me. Across the end that way. Okay. Slide them on sideways. And put them all on. Okay. And one from the left. Put them down. Thanks, Samuel. It's good that I'm getting closer. Seems okay, something's not. Oh, betcha that's it. The wrench is too big for the hole, and you don't want to mess up that hole because I think we're going to use it to mount stuff later. I don't know. Wait a minute. Are those? That's why it's not tightening, right? Not at Torx. how bad my eyes are when I can't see the difference on the small sizes. It tightens a heck of a lot easier. Make it work better. I messed that one up. I should switch it. Tighten. That's a good idea. Pay attention and pick the right. I should pay attention. I should pick the right tools to tighten the. I'm using mine instead of theirs, but save theirs for when I mess it up. I wreck mine. Much smoother. Whoever asked earlier about how the my phone, Bob, easy. Asked about how the instructions are and how it goes together. It goes smooth as long as you read all the 3 paragraphs of text sometimes. How could I have a German vacuum? I guess it's because we know more kind of television level, movie level fake German than we do fake Czech, I guess. Okay, everybody's in place. They're all the right way. Move on. We need that. Just throw it in here to get rid of the bag quicker. And not those. 3x14T. T, that's a Torx. Feels like that one. There. And all those little short ones that I've picked up 100 times already. I get to use those. Spare. It's getting real. We're gonna mount the bed soon. That's the spacer of the carriage. I'll have to put it in the center. Put this little aluminum spacer just here. There's no special indent the right size for it. And then you gotta try to align the bed that you can't see through. With this longer screw, which I already tested to fit that. I was lucky. good way to do that. We're gonna flip something up sideways to do this part. So we can see what we're doing. Come on, just knocked it off. Yes, this will make this comparatively easier. Get it to the right spot. Not trying to set it. Ta-da! Just gonna put the long bolt in the center and line up the center with the spacer stand up. I just chose to flip it on its side so I could see it, because I can't stand upside down and it'll be in the dark, so this way it worked. Looks like we got it in the right spot. Looks like the holes are kind of lined up with stuff. And that wire's right there, so it's a good spot for it. I wonder if they're going to tell us about that in a minute. No mention of the thermistor wire that's right beside one of the standoffs, of course. And the way they put it, the way they taped it down, it lines up right with that thing. So if we wear a bit on the thermistor wire, we'll know why. Yeah, it's just easier for me to see than having it down on the table, and it seemed to work. If I did it wrong, they'll yell at me later. Lucky there. Stuff even lines up. Yeah, that. Okay, I don't really like that. Way too much tension on that cable. We left slack in it like they said. Flip it to the other side. Oh, we still can. Yeah, I heard that. Yeah, I like that better. Tension on it that way. Last thing I want to be doing is stressing out the. There it is. I knew I heard it. Put any stress on the thermistor cable. What is that one? That'll work better. Let's use that one. A. It's funny watching the Chicago stuff. I've been to the Toronto, when they do a street course in Toronto for the Indy years and years and years ago. And it looks the same. Everybody's all getting excited about, oh, how are they going to do this? I've watched the Canadian version of NASCAR, the old CASCAR cars. I watched them race there. So they managed to pull it off. That was in the days before they were even owned by... They might have been owned by... I don't know what they were called then. Something else back then, maybe. Cascar now, because NASCAR owns it. What, the part about the cable comes up later? Might want to tell it to us now as we're putting the screws in. And I'm doing them in the wrong order, but that's okay. Yeah, there. Oops. So you can see how those little corners, sure they work fine, but they're kind of different compared to the old aluminum spacers they used to use on all the Mark IIIs. One more final little test here. Right, you gotta be careful with that one. That's the one I kind of mangled a bit with the other wrench. Okay. Say what? Where's that piece? Oh, guiding it on the other end, maybe. I don't remember. We already did that part. This will be for the other end. Yes, there it is. Wi-Fi piece and the piece that... Poor Vince yesterday. Had him all worked up. Glad he got his worked out, that's for sure. So that can be frustrating. We're attaching the power cable now. We'll need those and 2 3x6s. Run out of bags, so. And 2 of these, and there should be a spare. Okay. Conveniently. Okay, one of these. Okie dokie. Okay. Now, it says bring this up. Put all those through the big hole. And the tags are cute. Kind of annoying. It's gonna have to not come in, I guess. Leave it just hanging there. Okay, the black one goes on the left one. If I care to look closer, it would probably say ground. They've got washers on them. Okay, and then this one goes to where? Right beside it. Almost like they plan these things. Design your own boards and hoods. And do stuff like that. That's in there like that. And collect all those red screwdrivers in one spot and see how many I have. Cable holder to the buddy box. Up. Carriage by tightening those two screws. Gladly. Alright. Cable part, the opening going up. Goes kind of that way, and I'm gonna leave that. Of that just a bit so that it gives me enough slack. There's more than enough, but I got some of the cloth, what do you call that, wrap stuff on the edge of the metal cutout in the box. They mount the Wi-Fi module in the outside of the box. The metal box, probably a good idea. Hey Peter, how's it going? Thanks for stopping in again. Getting near the end, man. Getting near the end. The end of the assembly anyways. We'll see if it works. Make sure none of the magic smoke got out. Sorry, won't help any, but just tighten it up a little. Yep, all in. Thanks. Looking forward to the first print. I'm looking forward to the third or fourth print probably, when I get to do something I really want to do. Try something. I'll be brave with it at that point. I got some other stuff I got to do today still, so. My original plan was to be done these steps of this by now, watch some NASCAR while I'm working on the next stuff, but it just means I stay up later. So I got a meeting with a client tomorrow morning, and I gotta do another test print for his stuff, so make sure everything's done. Well, as far as I know, everything's in the right place, but no more we're told to, so hopefully we're good. And we're gonna find out. Read the comments because we're getting to that point where people that write manuals kind of drift off. Okay. Act like that, but okay. And I want to throw all those bags in here. I'm going to really need out of this box again with the sample filament to test things. Oh, it's over here somewhere. An electronics line. These small boxes. There it is. Steve bags. Those away. Don't print a benchy. Can't say it quite the way I used to, but I used to say that I have not printed as many benches as I have fingers on my hands, and all my hands still have 5 fingers, but I'm probably at about less than 20 benchies now, because I printed some recently for a test, so I don't know how many were in that, probably 8 or 10, so I'm probably around 20 total. I don't use them a lot. It's not my... I let Chris Riley do all the benchies. He's the master of the benchy, so I let him take care of that. He's the benchy guy. I remember, maybe my benchy thing is back when I first bought a license for Simplify 3D. Don't ever do that. not been a good overall experience. But I bought it because I had several different brands of printers. Prusa Slicer wasn't a thing yet, and it was the way to go in those days. So I bought the license, and the first time I went to use it, I remember which printer it was. It was the aforementioned acrylic framed one, and I printed my first Benchy, and it looked like absolute melted garbage, like it had been out in the sun for, with a magnifying glass over it. And then I adjusted the settings in Prusa Slicer, or in, Simplify 3D, and printed another one, and it looked worse. And then I printed one that looked a little bit better after changing some more. And I forget what the problem was. It was something I had set wrong, and it was a settings problem. But I was really bummed out. I printed probably 4 that night, and somewhere I had a picture for a long time of them lined up, and they just looked like junk. And I should have pulled that out when Simplify 3D brought out their new version after like 5 years recently, last year sometime. I should have brought it out and say, here, this is what happens when I print with your product, but didn't seem like the right thing to do. And it probably would have taken me too long to find the picture, and I would have found 3 other things to do instead. Squirrel. Get those out of the way. I suspect I was told to clip them off earlier, but didn't. And a Wi-Fi module. Probably won't use much. Just might use it here. Those network cable under the desk I could use. It comes in a cool little. Comes in a nice little ESD type case. They come in a strip and they cut them off by the looks of it. The cover and a 3x6 screw. Just one. Alright. Play along. And then maybe too many screws left. Oh well. Okay, plug it in. Be very careful on the ESP module to avoid bending or damaging the pins. Yep. If not, I got more in the other room. I believe this looks like the same one that I used on the minis. My general thoughts on everybody gets all excited about Wi-Fi printing and stuff. I'm like, I still got to go check and make sure that get the right filament in the machine and everything. I got to go down and be beside the machine and touch it anyways. But it is handy for remote monitoring to see how many minutes it's going to be till it's done. And I use Wise cams on all my printers to monitor them remotely anyways. So I don't have to do more than that. It works okay for that. Second. There's the Wi-Fi module plugged in. Plugs in with just a set of straight header pins. And we're probably going to take the cover, put it over it. Look at that. It says Wi-Fi on it somewhere. There it is. It says Wi-Fi. In case we forget. Yeah, most people that got these pre-assembled, they were together in no time because it came out of the box ready to go. And they got to do all their social chatting while they were printing their first print. Okay, now we need the metal cover that I've been using as a table over there for a while. And the plastic cover for the keep your fingers out of the wires. We'll call that Vince's cover. Haven't heard from him. He must be working today. He might have stopped in and he'd be showing off that he got his finished last night, maybe. So, and 3x6x4s. It says I'm supposed to have 2 spares. Only got 1. Won't be filling out a ticket or anything. And what's that? What's left? Supposed to be oh, there is 2 spares of those, I think. Because no, that's not it. Oh, no. I'm thinking maybe it's that one. Hey, as long as I get close to the right number when I'm done. As long as I got enough to finish it, that's what I care about. That's only 3x10. I already threw one out, so. Two of these. Well, I threw one out, and there's still one there, so we'll hold those out for a bit. Yeah, the new box should help dissipate heat because it is metal, like you say, it'll dissipate the heat. Big heat sink. Should make it better. I imagine it'll help with the electrical interference. That's why the Wi-Fi's on the outside, probably. He's putting it in there with all that. Mine will be wired, probably. Yeah, where I want to set it, there's a network switch there, so it will work. Okay, and 12 pieces. Plastic one first. Fine with me. Yeah, the old ones have them. On one of mine so far, I printed a larger box, pretty much this size, maybe a little bit wider that way, for to help with airflow and cable, because sometimes you got them so packed in there, the cables were all on top of all the chips, and there really wasn't any flow there. So I forget what it's called, something off printables. But it's nice because it's on the one with one of the ones with the MMUs now, the one that I built. It's a lot easier when you have to go in there and do anything. You have to do a lot, but when you do, it's nice that you don't have to fight with everything. Okay, it's down there. It's the hole. There it is. That feels right. This one, all the cables are not pinched anywhere. Sure everybody's in. Yeah, I do like the way they've put built in the places to attach the zip ties on the side to bulk all the cables together. It's kind of smart. Now, I'm gonna guess that the next step is to put this in. Like that. Yeah, the wire management bobbins, and mine are old. Like, I don't remember if there was. It's been a long time since I built them. This works really well. I will give them that. Set up your Wi-Fi. This house has got too much Wi-Fi in it. It was the Google Mesh, the older ones, when they first brought it out. Yeah, it works really well. I tried several, Ubiquity and somebody else's before that, and they were just awful for here. Didn't work right. Now the Google stuff, they've dumbed it down so far that I'm just glad it works. Getting to lock IPs and stuff, to set static IPs and things for devices is they've made it too simple. Yeah, when I put the MMU on the one Mark III, that's when I reprinted the box bigger to fit all the cables and crap in it. It seemed like a good time. Oh my gosh. We're in sight. I put the spool holder together. Woohoo, as they say. Yeah, I've got like whatever it is, the watch, like tell me when it's in stock, their back order system on the MMU3 upgrade kits. You need 2. Yeah, 2 of them. Got one in the box and one that's running, so. Word on the street is that the MMU3 is in a A significant improvement. Then we need 2 series. My most recent, my second MMU2. I bought a Mark III with an MMU2 that was running and working fine, and kind of quizzed the guy about it because, you know, he's like, no, it works really well. I believe he was going to buy a Bamboo, and he was just trying to pull cash together at the time. Because I found his Etsy store, and he was still printing stuff in multiple colors according to his store, and his printer was going home in the back of my car. So that was back last fall, I guess. I bought it, and it's been fine. Like, he was right, it worked fine. He had it tuned good enough, and it does the job. But the one that I bought, an MMU2, thanks Facebook Marketplace for pushing stuff that I bought already from the other guy. There was one closer to me geographically, and in the box, still brand new. The guy never. I think he was going to get a Bamboo too. I told him what I thought. That might not be a great thing for what he was doing, but he can do whatever he wants. But yeah, the one that's in the box is going to end up on here when it can be an MMU3. So it's kind of the plan. Don't use excessive force. It's injection molded plastic. Come on. Did I mess it up already? There's no left and right on these, is there? Identical. Yeah. So I've got running are doing fine. They're doing what they're supposed to do. Requires very small force compared to what I used to put that one screw in, yeah. I think I stripped it, but it's in. It's tighter than I'll get out. Does it really tell me to put it in the middle? Yeah. I remember if the, because I don't use these very often. Hey, there's one there on the Mark II. I've got an MMU1, the original one, in the box. When I bought it, I had real great plans, but as soon as it came out and we got them, people who got them like a few days earlier than me started having all kinds of problems. I remember Lauren from Abuzz Designs. I'll bet you she said a lot of not nice words getting hers to work. And I watched her, I remember her being specifically, did a video about it, and a few other people, and I'm like, I don't have that kind of patience right now. I had a bunch of stuff going on at the time, and I was like, yeah, I don't really want to fight that fight. I thought I'd wait a few months and see if it got resolved, and I don't think anybody ever got them really doing good. Yeah, the filament guide's here. Getting there. I'm gonna try the guide just because. Mostly because I'm gonna use the samples probably to do the test prints. Otherwise they just go into the pile of samples here. I'm doing a homework assignment. Look. Empty box. Here's the other little bag of goodies for this stuff. Just found the package with the acupuncture needle in it. Hopefully the needle isn't sticking out. Okay, where have I lost that to? Here somewhere? Sure. Bingo. It's a bag with screws in it. I have a different empty box. Do that. This is the old style way of doing these. Those will be a spare. I like that they use a PTFE piece guide. Like, I just wish they were a little bit longer, maybe. So a couple of people have modified it and just made a remix piece to go in to use normal 4mm diameter PTFE. I was thinking I might do that, but use 3mm ID, the bigger stuff, so that it's less friction and better. That's what I would have kind of gone with, but this is good too. I know, I'll watch the instructions. Can't go off script now. right. Those. There. They don't. Okay, one of these. That one, which would be where that other odd one came from. I don't remember why I had an extra up there. Found a home. Well, just gonna have to do it the other way. I can't even trick it. All right. Where is this thing supposed to go? Right near the top, pointing up. Alright. I will play along with the home game. Again, where did I put it this time? There it is. Come on, it can't be magnetically stuck to anything this time, like it was last time. Sure. It's where you need one more long screw, but there's no more laying around. Let's go to the spare pile. There's another one to pull it through. AC is not suitable. Spare two. Just expect people to lose these when they give you two. Oh, are we at Christmas again? Thanks, Bob. Let me make a seasonal adjustment. There you go. Thank you. I've made a mental note before I stream again, which will probably be a while till the XL kit shows up, but that I need to revisit that list. And I think I just said take everything in their catalog at the time. Years ago, put it in the playlist. The other day or the other night, it got stuck on Christmas like in a loop. But it is kind of fitting. It is sort of like Christmas because, you know, we're getting to the end. It's like a present.
Here's what I always wanted.
It's fragile. It's from Italy. Christmas Story. Part of that movie was shot locally. Shoot your eye out. Shoot your eye out? Yeah, probably. Which Crossman or whoever's BB gun it was. Eat more gummy bears. Politely decline. for the pre-flight check. For that, I'm going to go grab a granola bar and pit stop, and I will be back very quickly. I'm standing on something, I've dropped some metal thing. Okay, I will be back in a couple minutes. I also need a be right back screen. I haven't got to that yet. It's on the list. Sorry for the minor crunching. Nature Valley granola bars. I shoot pieces across the desk. Should be able to do that. If I easier, just do that. The Camera a bit. Getting close. Okay. The vertical scroller bar to scroll up and down the page is going crazy right now. Oh. I've done all that. I think I just hit the back buttons on the yeah. I'm feeling that one of these little side buttons on this trackball are the forward back keys or something by default. As soon as I said that, the scroll bar is really big now, so that's good. Pre-flight check. This is good. Make sure there's nothing on the heat bed. Slightly. No, it's not really better. Do that. Samples. Steel sheet, that would be the one that came with it. That's the one we'll use. If I'm gonna any damage to one, I want it to be one of these because I don't use these a lot. Says don't put your hands there. But I don't have any pacemaker or anything. If I ever get a pacemaker, I have to quit printing. That suck. Give me a decision. These aren't half sheets, that's why. Okay. Extra fuzzies that way. IPA to make sure the bed's nice and clean. These beds are too smooth for me. It's like a skating rink. Okay, vent yourself. Is it not? It's on there. And one thing, new magnets are strong. It's on there. Not that it totally matters, but that's virtually the same on both sides. Don't scare me like that, man. Hey there, Vince. Oh, that's good to say. Good to see that you're... Get to the right screen. Finally finished earlier and ready to run a print. Passed the self-test without a problem. That's awesome. Fingers crossed that I end up in that similar situation in a few minutes. We'll see. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm just gonna look into now. It's just looking where I've got a free USB port. Everything's kind of plugged up here, but I can use. I think that one's the foot pedals. I haven't got these ones all labeled yet. And nothing stopped running. Fan's still going. It's a braided cable, so I think that's that one. We'll use that. Going to their website. 4.7.0 it says is the newest. Now this is just the stock one, right? The input shaping one's different, I think. Guess I could just looked at it and see what it had. It's already got 4.7. Just leave it, but I doubt it. I'm sure that that part of this was done longer ago. We haven't turned it on yet, but we'll see. Let's just get it ready in case it needs it. I know, it's Christmas, I see it, and it's another Christmas. Yell at me when it's Christmas music because I can't hear it. So mostly I have the earbuds in to kind of mentally remind me to not use a lot of bad words. That's the way it works for me. Yeah, I'm gonna update mine now. That's right. Were you one of the ones that had it drive the head into the sheet for you again? I don't understand how that got to that point, but I hope if you had one of those, I hope they helped you out and took care of it. Yeah, it's telling me to do it now, to do the firmware update. Usually when I'm at this point building the machine, I just go with it, whatever it came with. But because I know there was some issues with the earliest versions of this, I don't want to have it driving the head into the thing because the sensor wasn't calculated right or something at the time. That's stupid, Ken. You just had the one where it caused the problem. Yeah, I don't know. If you were one of the ones that got the first, and I'm a fanboy, but but if you were one of the ones that got that first firmware that did cause the nozzles to kind of bang into the board or into the bed, I'd take it up with tech support and see if they send you one. I mean, it's not like you're in a hurry. It's not like you're going to sit around and wait for it. So if they'll help you out or give you credit for something, you know, at least something. I mean, you can always flip it, but which is what I told one guy to do. So flip it over and order a new one. Get them to send you one. Yeah. I mean, metallurgically, again, my mechanical engineering background, wonders how you can take a brass nozzle and generate enough force, like impact force on these things. Like if you ground down on it, yeah, eventually it would go, but you know, you gotta hit pretty hard. Like when I'm trying to use the center punch to dent in a piece of metal, when I'm gonna use a drill and drill a hole in it, I gotta really lean on that. I gotta hammer it to get it to go. So I'm not sure how, and that's a hardened steel center punch. So I'm not sure how a brass nozzle can make that big of a ding in the sheet. But I can understand if it's in the the PEI coating, or the sticker that's on them. However these ones are done. These ones are stickers still. Yeah, because it goes over the holes. But that was a part that I couldn't figure out with that. Yeah. Yeah. Luckily it was in the home corner, right? Like, it's not where you necessarily print very often. Somebody I saw cut out a little square and took another piece of PEI sheet that they had and patched it, and I was like, well, I don't know if I'd do that, but alright, whatever works. Yeah, it's annoying. Somebody said that's the early adopter tax, I guess, being on the front end. That's those, and let's go over here. See how bad I am at Windows. Looking for the keyboard, it's not in front of me. Should be done with those. Okay, downloads. Home. Subdirectories later. Man, I hate that my eyes suck for this. Okay, did not copy it. I'm not seeing it. Or is it just a file that it doesn't know what it is, so it doesn't display it? Why is it showing me a little... I gotta grab it in a different place so I can see that. Now there's good Windows stuff. Oh, I can copy it there. Why can I not copy it to the... Oh, I'm copying it to the wrong place. The wrong window. There's a shocker. Fine. Go around the corner. Back to here. Yeah, if you try to run the wrong code on the wrong, and the thing is, for the last while, at least, I don't know how long, when you go to run a file on one of these Prusas that's not been sliced for that machine, like I run into it on the minis once in a while where I slice it and I happen to have the Mark III thing up, I'm not paying attention, and then I go to run it and it goes, this wasn't set for this machine, and I think about it and I'm like, oh yeah, probably not. And I reslice it, but Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I'd want to be counting on it to do translation on the fly, but... Okay. Here. There. That. And there's a new firmware. I gotta be able to see what I'm reading. I don't have glasses for that distance. That's the one I'm looking for. I couldn't see the name of the files. Well, at least it didn't have that one on there yet, so I didn't totally waste that time. All right. No. Oh, Windows update waiting to happen. Good God, don't do that to me right now. That would not be... No! I said no. I hate Windows. When it does nonsense like that. There we go. Okay, kind of back where we were. Most of the windows anyways. Take that. I believe the updates have to be USB. Don't quote me on that, but I believe that's how it goes. Alright. Sorry, Christmas again. Get around that problem. Now, we also want power for this thing, which I have here. Assuming the other end's plugged in. It's not their power cable, but it's a power cable. Should be on the back somewhere. Up, one down. Okay, there it goes. Poof. I want the power switch rigged up to kill the stream just like that. Perfect. I'm not gonna do like Joe Noob did that time. He did that. Became famous for it. Yes, they are tight fit. I will be putting an extension on it and park it off to the side here so that I can put a, I'll do up a little piece so I can run an extension cable because I don't like to put extra wear on those if I can. It's replacing a USB extension cable that's like 6 or 8 inches long. It's like $10, and replacing that whole display module is a lot more, and it'll take weeks. So. A while ago, well, years ago, he was doing a build of something, I can't remember what, and I think it was coincidental or maybe overloaded something, but as soon as he went to turn the thing on, the power cut at his place. I believe, if I remember it right, it was a long time ago, but yeah, it was something like that, where as soon as he did it, everything went down. I think he had power outage or he overloaded it, cooked something, but popped a breaker, but it was funny. If you go back, I don't know if you get. You just ask him. He'll remember what he was doing, which machine he was building. But he was building something, and poof, timing was perfect. Because I remember saying I was going to make a shirt about it. I don't know if I ever did. Got a couple of shirts I made, but one of the orange ones. Another one that's got a Prusa thing like Team Orange or something on it. I gave him at one of the shows. Yeah, I can't remember what the... Yes, you should remind him. He will laugh. Okay. See? Flash it. Do it. Doing it, so that's a good start. And it shows you how to plug the power line in. The whole process takes a few minutes. That's when I'll be eating the granola bar. I think it says the whole process takes a few minutes. Some parts of the wizard require direct user interaction. Follow the instructions on screen. In other words, don't walk, don't leave, just stay here because it's going to need you. Installing. Please tell me if we get to Christmas music again if I don't notice. His response is pretty sure it was more than once. Oh yeah, I'm familiar with the nozzle tapping. The first time I had to do it, it was hard to get past it, but after that it was... I like that when you do it, it beeps to tell you when to do it, because it's hard to be looking at the screen, hitting the button, and then get your hand in the right spot to tap it. I usually use the back of my knuckle. Again, mental paranoia in case I burn. I want to burn there and on my fingertips. Hi, this is your original Mark IV. Here's Mark IV printer. I'd like to guide you through the setup process. Self-test will begin. There goes. Wish it luck. Apparently the firmware now checks which fan is running. I don't know exactly how it does that, but... There's the hot end, the cooling fan for the hot end. Print fan. I guess it was running. I'm not pointing the right way. How does it handle skew left and right between the two Z-axes? I wonder. Yeah, here we are with the tap thing. Look at that. Tapped it. I guess it just drives them both to the top until they grind out. By the sounds of it. guess I figured it out. Guess I hit it enough times. Yes, Bob, the beep is really handy. Because before that, it was like, do this, and you only had a couple of, like, 5 seconds to get there and get lined up and not hit anything else, because if you tap anywhere, it's going to sense it. So, this is much better. We know. You know how long it's been since I set up a Mark III from scratch? Literally years. Warming up. There's heat down there. Not touching it again. Don't worry. Sorry I didn't bring enough for the whole class. It's got that new smell. Taking the bed to 110. Should have brought down something to. It didn't really get there, but it thinks it did. This is a new one. Gearbox alignment. The gearbox calibration is only necessary for user assembled or serviced gearboxes. In all other cases, you can skip this step. No, we'll be doing that one. Make sure filament is unloaded from the next extruder. Continue. Oh, there's none in there. It looked pretty pristine when I put it together. Rotate. You gotta take it apart. Okay. Undo them how many turns? 1.5 turns. Oh, man. It's always the one that the numbers are worn off. One half. One half. Unlock the thing. What do they call it? Open up the idler. I have experience with it too. It's turning. Thing is, you don't even take it off, you just loosen it. Yeah, the clear cover for the front would be a nice, visual thing. But having the logo on the front is, branding is big, so. gear is still turning. It's unloading filament direction. I guess when you loosen it like that, there's only 3, Mike. It lets that gold shade. I doubt it's real gold. Junk. Don't put it in the fan. Are they gonna tell me to close the idler? Yes, they are. Filament in the sensors? No sensor. Only one on this. Insert the custom filament. For a second there, I thought that was a Ziploc. I'm like, why they give us a Ziploc for samples? But they didn't. It's just. It looks like it is, but I don't care if it is. Okay, here's the chance to vote. Are we gonna do black or silver? It's not orange, I can't use it. If you want me to go get orange, I'll go get orange. It's not like I don't have a few rolls of different brands of orange around. Well, Bob got me thinking orange now. Man, darn Bob. We have 1 vote for silver, 1 for orange, 2 for silver. Uh-oh. Silver, black, or I'll go get orange. It's only 30 steps. Bob, dang it. Makes it fun. Some people that know that, man. Sorry, distracted. Oh, and then it paused. My favorite driver is qualifying. Getting close to it. It really doesn't matter which one I want to start with. It's just a throwaway keychain thing I'm going to do, I think. Assume it's on there. Use them all once together. So far, silver's winning. But now I kind of want to do orange. And yeah, probably. Let's just do silver for now. We can do orange next. I'll go get it for the next round. Because now I have to free the filament from the things it's on. Good point. Takes too long to decide if you crowdsource everything. Looks like it's kind of the same either way. No. Yeah, sorry, Joel. If you buy this machine pre-assembled, it comes with a little silver keychain with their logo on it printed on the bed already. Okay, let's test the. It knows it's there. Move the filament. It's calibrated. Self-test failed to finish. Say what? Sure, after I went and found the silver. How did it fail? It's kind of a... Well, that's not fun. Self-test failed to finish. Did I click too many times? Check the printer's wiring and axes. Did it do a Y-axis one yet? Let's good. We've already gone up and down and back and forth. Well, let's see where it takes me next. The x-axis failed. And the z-axis looks like it didn't do it. What else do we miss? Well, that's interesting. Do we have the option to do them again? We have to do the whole thing. I guess we have to do the whole thing. Yeah, we're not doing Wi-Fi. Doesn't like the silver. It might have started the timeout when I was deciding what to do, but I'll do that. How do you get back to start it again? Without doing a full reset. Run the full self-test, I guess. It struggled with the left side of the X a little bit, but I just thought that was a sensor thing. Turn it off and on again. We've come so far! I can still feel the heat on the sensor. That's only 35, alright. It did. Knock it harder. Did better that time. It still failed. How the hell's it failing that? There's no switches anymore. At least I saw it that time that yeah, it did fail the X test. Man, I'm gonna have to like go upstairs and read and figure stuff out. Yeah, their phone thing sucks ass. It's a cute idea, but it's purely subjective on how hard you strum it. It's just not the way to do it, in my opinion. I'll go grab the other tensioner thing. I've got the old school one that's done well throughout the years. X failed. First time it went, it pounded against the left one a few times, and then it came and did the right. This time it didn't seem to do any extra banging, so. No. The zip ties are out of the way on there, as far as I can see. I can see daylight down through there. Good try though. Keep looking. Shouldn't be. Zip ties are aligned to the bottom of the square piece. So it shouldn't be. Wants me to do the stupid gearbox thing again. Skip. Sorry about that. Now there's at least an 1/8 of an inch there clearance on that side. See the other side. Bed is still warm, just letting you know. No flush was mutilated. It might not have been pushed enough the first time, but it's in there now. I mean, all it does is it goes there and bangs against it, and the vibration sensor picks it up. Right? That's the way these work. No, there's no silicone. They didn't send a silicone sock with these, did they? You get one with yours, Vince? I didn't. Alright. It should go there, bang here, and be done. And tighten that a bit. Oh, it's in there. I don't know. Magnet should hold it there. It may have been the first time it wasn't quite good enough for that. Yeah. Oh, okay. Thanks, Samuel. There's 10 comments. I guess that should have been my first hint. Good call. Wow, Shane even answered one 10 days ago. Shane, official Prusa support agent. Is that the same Shane we know? Probably. There's no way they would hire 2 people named Shane at that company. I know. I've had several mics in places I've worked. I was never mic 2, that's for sure. One guy called them mic 5, and there was only like 2 of us. You got paid a lot more than I did. I didn't care. Yeah, see, there you go. Somebody was doing it, and the web app went from 80 to 50 or to 60 as they tightened it. So they tightened it even more, and it went to 90, and everything was good after that. It's so subjective. It's pretty tight. Maybe too tight. I don't know. Pull the app. It's gonna be on. It's gonna be on speed dial for me. It's a Mark IV. It's the X-axis belt. Turn on the microphone. Hey there, Tony. We were so close. It's failing the X. The X thing. 64. 142, 146, 64. Say, bullshit. That's where the microphone is. 29, maybe loosen it? I don't know. Sure, let's try it there. Then we're going to power right down and see if it helps. Chase Elliott, boom the wall. You're going to a backup car. Like, the thing is 150 hertz just sitting there. Testing again. I shouldn't move it when I'm doing that, but just did. Oh well. Just doing a fan test. Good point. Yeah, but a guitar is like the strings are pretty, like they're in tension. They're in a narrow band. This is a rubber belt, and it's like the first time I ever built any of these, all you did was just squeeze them together to like till they were touching, sort of, and you started there and just went with it, and it worked. I think adding the tuner app has made it seem more accurate than it really is. Okay, I didn't time it right. Gotta give it a bit more oomph. See? We're doing the multi again. Yeah, I failed it again. I bet you it's that silly thing on the side. No, there's no use doing that. Nothing on the back to get in the way over there, and it's not that. It's as tight as I can think I can make it. I think those are hidden over there. We'll watch the next time. I did a restart. I shut the power right off. And it goes back into the loop again because it hasn't finished yet. I'll do another one if it doesn't work through it this time. Yeah, they're there. Nope, that one's not hitting it either. It's failing X. Sorry, yeah. No, I'll do another one if I have to. Because it's still failing. It's not like, I don't understand why it doesn't stop at that point. Because if you have one that fails, it should just give up, right? He's going through the rest of the crap. You're not going to get anywhere. Oops, not there. Can't do Prusa support on my phone because I gotta get my order number and all that nonsense, so I'm probably gonna cut the stream pretty soon and I'm gonna go deal with that upstairs. Well, gosh darn poop. I'm not doing that again. Give it one more reboot. Then we'll have to let the machine win for a little bit while we go and figure out how to get around that X problem. Can't see that it's hitting anywhere. That flap door thing is over here, is there. It's like the sensor isn't picking up, but it picks up everywhere else, so it's not shouldn't be a sensor problem. Could be the belt's too tight, too loose, but I'm gonna go bring down the little plastic thing that I had for a long time. With the arrow for low, max, and min on it. Make sure that we're in that range at least. It may be that it's too tight or too loose. Probably too tight if anything. We'll give him one more shot. Okay, Joe, you got one more try. Smell those fans. I wish you would test them one at a time so you could see if one is working or the other isn't, if it's the right one. But they just spin them all up at once to save time. Vince, which small cover? Which one do you mean? The one that's on the back of the cable bundle? Oh. Do not touch the nozzle. It's cooling down. It shows you with your hand there with a red line through it. That's pretty cool. You can see it. That's pretty funny. Well, thanks for not burning my hand. The right side of the it's the left side that's messing up though. But oh, that stupid little, that's a good point. That stupid little triangle shaped one. Yeah, that's that little weird. Don't understand why it's shaped like that. It's got a great big gap at the bottom, which I assume is so that it doesn't hit this now. Maybe? I don't know. I'll take a look. Maybe it's failing on the right. Maybe it's not failing on the left after all. Maybe you're right. I will check that as soon as it's done. I don't want to be undoing stuff. Yeah, I got as flush as I could, and with the way the top cover goes in there, it clips it in, and it's not really very well in there. Could be right. It could be that it's not, that it's failing on the right one, because it only does the right one once. It does the left one a few times, and the right one it only does once, and then it moves on and moves on to Y. So I think it needs a redesign of that cover. It's held on by one bloody screw, and the wires are too bulky for it to sit flat really on its own. So you end up with a screw on one end and it forces it to angle out, except it's supposed to clip at the top. I'm just looking at it again, black on black. But it's not ideal in my opinion. How's that? Well, there's no use doing the load test anyway. Let's just give up on the whole thing. Besides, we already established that it works because it sensed it other times. Let's try Vince's idea. Sorry, Joe. Turn you off again. You mean this one over here? This one on this side, right? He's talking about this one right here, and yeah, it doesn't fit flush with it. Crap. Let's take it off and see if we can fix it. And they kind of stress it in the instructions, but it just doesn't fit right. So you're trying to cover these wires, and one of them is the one for the main sensor, and it's got a big ass kink in it from the cover pushing down on it. Another picture. No, it matches it. It's just can see a visible kink in the thing. And I thought, when I put it in, I thought, well, we better be careful with that, not kink it. And then the instructions tell you to take this little plastic cover here and squish it in so that it goes up into there. But we'll try that. No matter how you do it, though, it's going to be bent. To me, this should be a couple of millimeters thicker cover to give it room to not bend that cable so bad. And then it's got this big cutout at the bottom. Big cutout at the bottom that doesn't really line up with anything. I don't know why it's like that. First I thought it was so it would fit around here, but it doesn't. Yeah, it's just annoyingly weird. Sorry, I got turned so I can see what I'm doing. Goes in there. That kind of gets half-ass held on at the top. That. It doesn't really lock it much better. Yeah. And no matter what you do, it doesn't fit flush. It's just short video piece to show what I mean. Oh, that's the other thing with that that tuner thing, because it's still running in a window, in a tab in the background in Safari. It still ties up the microphone, so when you go to shoot video, it won't let you choose video until you shut it down. Restart the camera so you can get to video. Unless there's some other way to route that cable better. I don't know. They'll be talking to support for a while. Yeah, it could be. But what am I supposed to do? Like the stupid cables there. It's weird. It's got another slot in the side of this. Like, this part's been revised a few times by the looks of it. Maybe I'll go see if there's an updated one in the parts too. Do some research. That's how it makes this all fun, right? Like, I don't see any other way you can get that wire out of there without it being in the way. Like, it comes out. There's nothing else. Like, I can bend it more, but it's gonna shoot it down because of the way the design is. Not impressed with that part. Plug that back in, or it'll be, oh, it's because it's not plugged in. No, that's not the reason. Preemptive strike on tech support. This is E3, I think. So, yeah, you have to. And try without the cover. Yeah, I don't want to cross up any wires. I don't want to pound the shit out of that little bent wire there. Alright, well I got a few things to do, but for now I'm going to end the stream, because it's going to be a while before I come back down. I'm tempted to do it without the cover, but I don't want to pound that, because that's the cable for the vibration sensor. And it, like, in its design, it's got a weird bend that points down, and then it goes up to the pin, so I feel like some of the design decisions may have changed in the meantime there, as they were developing it. We're back to Mega Man music. Okay, thanks, Jolin. Have a good day. Thanks for hanging out. No, it would impact the... See, that's the thing. Like that. Now I see where it hits. That groove that's in it goes around the trap nut, I'll bet, when it comes over. So, like, it doesn't even, I would guess, what's actually hitting to trigger the sensor is either the head or just that little piece there, which is the part that's floating in air. I may not give it a good enough impact to register. Or the problem's on the other side and I'm just looking in the wrong place altogether, because they don't tell you which is failed one. Yeah, the black disc is the trapezoid nut, or whatever they call it. I think that's what it is, trap nut. Step 39. Are you serious? Step 39? Yeah, I know. I remember reading that it said that, but it didn't really tell you what to do to fix it. Like, if it's not there, it doesn't work. I'm like, yeah, okay, so how do I fix it? Because it's a problem of the part. I just don't like the bend on that sensor wire either. I just think that's could be part of the problem too. It could be dinked inside. Chapter 5. Step 37. And that's when we put the 37 is the... You changed your mind, 39, right? Sorry. Curve and arrange the cables on the right side of the extruder, as you can see in the picture. Same problem. Cover the cables with the love board cover, right? Do not pinch the cables. Well, it creases it in half when you tighten it down. My thinking is this cover should be a couple millimeters thicker and give it more room for that cable to go through properly. There's a few little interesting extra mods that have been done to this. There's also a little cut in the bottom they left where cable could stick out even. Exactly. Can't make a snug fit because the load cell sensor cable has to be folded at the lower left. The only way I found to let the X carriage run free is to bend the love board cover back 5 degrees, as somebody else suggested. You may need to tilt the love board cover back a bit in addition to keeping it snug if you want. You see that it hits the screw on the right side of the trapezoidal nut. There's a very tight clearance to prevent an X-axis test failure. Make sure the love board cover fits snug against the right side of the extruder. If not, it may cause the X-axis test to fail. Yep. Yeah, you can change the wording all you want. It's not going to change how the damn thing works. Yeah. Should I tell their support that I went to Reddit and asked them? You guys are way more useful than Reddit. Yeah. None of the comments give a real good solution. Just they keep telling support that it's, or the guys who wrote the manual department, that it doesn't really work. You can't get it flush. Yeah, looks like it's tight. Within reason. Yeah, they're good. I can always crank them more, but so that goes in. For all the other parts that are borderline over-engineered in my opinion, I remember saying at the time this is not one of my favorites. Yeah, the pictures just show it being perfect. But, I mean, even when it's like, you guys see that? Yeah, you probably can't see that. Hold on, I'm gonna move the camera. Freehand it. Nausea pills. Not a cable. So, here's my thing. Like, screws in. Probably tighten it more now. Nope, that's tight. Screw's tight. This top piece clips in and kind of supposed to hold the top of that in, which it's sort of doing. But the front edge where the cables are pushing out, you can't lay them flat because you have to bend and kink that very important cable. The whole machine centers around that sensor. That's what I don't get. It's like, yeah, you got to get it flush. Well, how the heck am I supposed to get it flush? I don't know. I'm going to go upstairs, get all my info together, and reach out to support and see what I'll do some research first. Maybe I'll find an answer somewhere. And you've got wire coming into the cutout area and it still works? That's a good point. Is that the wire from that stupid thing? And down this time when I put it on? Sorry, I'm gonna give you the again. You can see the wire in there, but maybe that's in that groove. From the other side, maybe you should be able to see it. I don't know. Yeah, you can just see it because there's a... Well, maybe not. Let's work on that theory a little bit. I just don't like that. Still unplugged, right? Is there any way we can route that better so that it doesn't do that? Like that it kind of goes that way and then spins around and up, maybe? Yeah. Well, because that white-gray cable, like the way it should work is it should all go up into this area. But it may be that it was just too low. Still think make this 2 millimeters higher so it's a deeper pocket to catch the wires better. Might help. Can I? And it may be that that's what's... Maybe that's where it triggers on the... I don't know. Let's try that. Should have took a picture of that. Hard part is you can't get that screw in to go where it's supposed to. Let's do something else. Let's just widen out that hole a bit. So that the screw, there, that should have done it. Hey Chris, oh, we've been done. It's failing the x-axis stuff. You're lucky, yours is pre-built. You're smarter than me. Are you near yours, like in the house, or are you out somewhere? If I ask you to take a look at something on yours, or is it not the right time for that? Okay, I don't see them. Down there now. Okay, I don't know if you can see it from there, but this little triangular type panel on this side, where the wire from the vibration sensor is, and something else, I guess it might be the hot end even, wire go up in here, and there's only one screw that holds it, and you have to get it flush, and they stress it in the instructions to get it flush, make sure it's flush, blah blah blah, there's no gap. Well, The problem is you put a wicked bitchin' kink in the sensor wire because it's a real flat ribbon cable. You'll probably see it again because I'm probably going to take it off again in a minute. And at the top it just clips in with this plastic thing that sort of fits a triangular shape. It looks like a Band-Aid fix to me. Yeah, hold on a second. I'll show another close-up. Okay, it's hard to see because it's black and you know, it's sitting flat so it's not rocking. Okay, so what they tell you is you have to get this cover on. There's only one screw that holds it, and you've got to get it flush. Well, the wires inside are pushing out against it because the wire comes out, the ribbon cable comes out this way and points down, and you have to bend it and turn it up to go into the plugs up here to the connectors. So it's kind of fighting against itself the whole time. And the fact that there's only one screw holding it on there and expecting it to be flat is just not engineering logic to me. And everything else, there's been lots of times I've been impressed with some of their decisions, but yeah, it looks snugger, but it's not. It's still not. Like, it can't because the wire, the ribbon cable sticks out on an angle downward, and it's like 1/4 inch wide, and when it just sits out on the table, it points down, and you have to turn it, kink it, and send it back up, and then push the cover against it and squish it and bend it more. It's gonna beat the shit out of that cable. That sensor is not gonna survive, but in the long run, especially if this is, and where I think it's failing, I thought it was the left side at first, but it might be the right side when it comes over here and hits. Like, no, that's where the holes are for that. Say maybe it, like the cover is actually, can you see that there? That's me pushing it and bending the cover. Yeah, it's probably not going full range because of that cover. And they stress it in the manual several times, and all the comments for that section are, hey, it doesn't fit flush, doesn't fit flush, and there's no resolution to it in the comments that I can see so far. I'm gonna go upstairs and I gotta get my number and all that, my order number, so I can contact support, because, you know, that's the first step, which is fair. I understand that, but I gotta go upstairs and get it because I can't do it on my phone. It's too much copying and pasting for my patience level. But, you know, that's just crap. That's just shitty design at that point. My opinion. So I'm going to switch you guys over for a minute. I'm going to shoot a quick video clip with my phone. Like, there's no way to tighten that down because there's no... Well, and I don't have a solution either. But it's not the back part that's not catching. It's just that there's no support for that on the front, and they apparently count on it for the sensor for homing. Yeah, see how that's with yours with it taken off. So yeah, see that little, where the gray ribbon cable comes out at the bottom, see that wicked kink it's got in it? Mine's got that too. And then they go up. I don't know. This is my last chance before I give up and go hit support. We've reoriented the cables. They're not sticking out the bottom of that stupid cover. if you've got the cover off still, can you check the revision number? Mine's E3. It's just weird, like they stress it so much, they know it's a problem. And to me, the solution is to make the cover a couple of millimeters thicker so that the cables don't have to be so smushed and pushing out against it at that point. That seems like the workaround. Or just give it some more bulk. Like, there's no reason it has to be trimmed down so bloody far to a triangle. It's not like it gets in the way of anything. I understand why it's got the big groove at the bottom, it's so it doesn't hit the trap nut. Like, when mine comes and hits, it hits right by the trap nut. So, I don't know. Yeah, but I don't know if it's a range thing or the fact that it's not getting a firm impact to trigger the sensor because the cover moves, because it flexes. That's my thinking. If it doesn't move far enough, just reduce it by 2 millimeters and move on with the world. Nobody's gonna miss 2 millimeters at that edge of the, because you're outside of the build area at that point. So if you shorten it up a bit, who cares, right? Because it's off the edge of the build plate. It's not usable print area anyways. If that's how their logic is working internally. Oh well, let's plug it in, give it one more shot, then go upstairs and type to someone in the Czech Republic before they all go home. We got everything plugged in again. Put this back so you can see again. You've got E2, so yours is different yet. Yeah, that's the same basic shape of mine. Has yours got an extra little, like, kind of groove or a little notch cut out of it down at the little end there on the left on your picture? The part that sticks down when it's mounted? Mine's got a little cut out of it there, but I don't know why, because I don't have anything going out there. Oh, we're going to do the load cell test again. Hit it hard enough. Let's place the wires down. No, I'm not doing that because it's the main sensor, that ribbon cable, that's the culprit. It comes out and it's not. Either I got it bent wrong when I put it in, or I don't know. You have an extra little cutout? Okay, good. So I don't know what the difference was between E2 and E3 then. That's the only thing I can think of that was noticeable in mine. Did we jump past the... Did I not see it? guess you guys can't see it either, so he's asking you, because I don't think the camera's pointed the right way. Yeah, you can't see it, it's not pointed down enough. There you go, let's block some of the other camera stuff. Remember the self-test part now said it's past it. Now what? Maybe we got it. If we did, we'll just run with it. But I'm still gonna put in a ticket and make some notes. Unfortunately, like I said before, when it does if it fails an axis test, shouldn't it just stop and say, "Hey, you gotta fix that"? Right? It doesn't. It just keeps going through all the tests. It's interesting. So maybe I'll pull the R1 file and print it out and see if it's... Oh, yeah, well, we're moving on to the gearbox thing, which I still think is silly, but... Okay, 1.5. 1. Open the idler. Yeah, Chris, you wouldn't have to do this one. It says it's only for people who put it together themselves. That's cool, Vince. I'll check that when I go upstairs. I'll compare it to mine. Let's see. You never know. Maybe they already fixed it. Screws. I wonder what kind of noises this thing makes if somebody didn't put it together right. Chris, have you had one of the next extruders apart yet? It's got Swiss watch vibes. How tight everything is in there. Damien, there's no way to know how many hours I've put into this because I'm live streaming, I'm talking, I'm getting distracted, we're talking about other stuff, friends are coming in. I've seen people say it takes 7 to 12 hours depending to put it together. I've got more than that in it, but because I was talking to folks the whole time like I am now. Didn't tell me to do that yet. Oh, there's no filament. Insert the filament. I think the problem was that it took me too long to get a consensus on silver before. Self-test failed to finish. X failed again. 3 is my second favorite F word. Yeah, that brass collar thing it's tight, man. I mean, I know it has to be, but you lube it up and hope for the best, but Yeah, there's no way to put a screw in because it's right in, like where you should have another screw is into the side of the stepper motor for the extruder. So it's like, I don't know what my best, well, I have one idea, but is to bring that right around to the front. Bring that cover, use this screw, and have another one come over to here, like just have the part come around to plastic to here and screw it in here, and then it can't go anywhere. But I know that causes other kind of sideways issues there, but it should be better than the way it is now. Just notice the front fan still only ever has 2 screws on it. Anyways. Check. I will check that part, Vince. Thanks. I'll check it and see what happens. Oh, Damien, it's a good kit. I like, you know, the instructions are like always, they're very thorough and you go through everything. It's just when you get to kind of little places like this where it stresses several times to do it that way. Make sure you do it, but there isn't really a way to do it. They can stress as much as they want. There must be a secret to it that I just don't know. I'll try the new cover. I'll do that, Vince. I'll print one out. And I'll try it and see if it makes a difference. But yeah, Damien, I certainly recommend the kit. It was fun. It was a good chance to talk to friends and everything. But you gotta pretty much set aside a weekend to do it. Probably. Unless you're good at sitting and working for, 6, 8, 10 hours straight. I'm not. Yeah. Anyways, thanks a lot, everybody. Thanks for everybody stopping in and hanging out. We'll try to figure out what the problem is, and I'll post on Twitter when I get it figured out. Or maybe fire up another live stream, you never know. But anyways, hopefully I can get this figured out this afternoon still. Yeah, it's not dinner time yet. It almost is, man. It's been a long day. And where are we at? 6 hours today. Almost 6.5. Yeah, I'll post on Twitter when I've got things figured out. You'll see pictures of it with prints or something. And I'll put a note of what it was. Alright. So thanks a lot, everybody. And wait till I get my cursor back in the right place to do the shutdown sequence. I'll remember to turn it off this time. Anyways, thanks everybody for your help and your patience and your advice. And we'll see you next time. Hopefully with everything running right. Anyways, thanks a lot, everybody, and stay safe.